Let us all knew something.
Now, we request Dr. M. Muthukumaran, Professor and Head, Department of Mechanical Engineering, to give a welcome address.
Thank you. So I take this opportunity as a gratitude to deliver the welcome address on behalf of Johnson's Institute of Technology, Department of Mechanical Engineering, with the blessings from our beloved Chairman Ayya through Rotarian MPHF TS Natarajan, dedicated and very passionate Vice Chairman through TN Thirukumar, our respected Principal Dr. V. Nagarajan, Vice Principal Dr. S. Ilangovan, and Director Administrations Dr. M. V. Suresh Kumar, Director Research Dr. G. Vetrichelvi, heads of various departments, faculty members, supervisors, research scholars, and young researchers, student friends. The International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics 2.0 in association with the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. Today is version 2.0, the second conference. I thank Mr. Sid Kumar Chatterjee, MD and founder, Technocrat Research Development Association India, for continuing collaboration and service with us. I heartily welcome the eminent Professor Dr. Tariq Ahmad Rashid, Professor in Computer Science and Engineering Department, University of Kurdistan, Hewler, KRG, Iraq. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. M.G. Georgi, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Govind Bala Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, Uttarakhand, India, for accepting our invitation as keynote speakers for this international conference. I sincerely extend my warm welcome to all the dignitaries, professors, research scholars, students who are all digitally connected in this juncture. Once again, it's indeed pleasure to welcome one and all for ICSTEM 2.0 knowledge transformation sessions. Have a great day, and the Almighty will shower us for the successful conduction of this event. Thank you.
Now, administration, Janssens Institute of Technology. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. M.V. Suresh Kumar, Director Administration, Jansen's Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, to give conference address about ICSTEM.
Thank you, my dear students, and I'm very happy indeed to deliver the conference address today. And congratulate Dr. Muthukumaran sir and his team members for organizing such a nice conference in a relevant area. That is the International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, that is IFERP. So I'm proud and privileged to be a part of it. So what the STEM is offering for the country as well as the world, we have already seen what is happening around us. The STEM workers, the researchers, they have given the everyday convenience like smartphones, e-commerce websites, to large-scale game changers like climate change research, the microbiological and medical research on Alzheimer's and cancer treatment and space exploration. So everything is happening every day. And Bill Gates said that if you give knowledge on STEM to all the people across the globe, the world will be a better place to live for everyone. Let me start from 1930, when the Europeans and the rest of the world were stunned when Dr. C.V. Raman received the Nobel Prize for the physics. His entire education and research was done only in India. In those days, we don't have such sophisticated facilities in our country, and the Europeans were believed to be the best scientists of the world. But in 1930, Dr. C.V. Raman broke that one and he got the Nobel Prize in spite of being done everything inside India. So the perception of world from then on towards our country has changed, and from then we have went on to the country went on to build a lot of public sector units, and also the research institutes like the DRDO, Department of Atomic Energy, Department of Science and Technology. These are the more structured ways where the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is being groomed in our country. And now we are moving towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is the self-reliant India. The self-reliance can happen only when the students see, every time we have to see the both sides of the coin. And my short speech will be basically derived from Jack Ma's speech. He is the founder of Alibaba. The entire my very short speech, but it will be inspired by his words. Don't try to memorize. In STEM, the modern day students, they try to memorize things, but no need to. They try to calculate things. There is no need to, because you have computers which have far more better memory than us, and it can calculate very fast than us. So what the modern day students require, as well as in STEM perspective also I'm telling, try to be creative, try to be innovative, and try to be constructive. And then the question arises, sir, mostly our memory is being tested in the examinations. So shall we leave out that part and straight away can we come into innovation, creation, and constructive things? No. See, once you are very strong in your fundamentals, unless you are very strong in your fundamentals, what are you going to innovate and create? So the basic thing the modern day students lack is to learn the fundamentals of science concepts clearly. It's not about memorizing, it's about learning and understanding the basic concepts in science and technology clearly first. Then we have the platforms like what we are having today. It's National Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, where you are not going to present your academic part. What you have done so far is whatever you have learned, you have either you have created a module, innovated something, or constructed a prototype. This is what you are going to present in this conference. Okay, so every time when you see you have to see both sides of the coin. And with the inventions or with the introduction of Chat GPT, Mid Journey, the entire learning process is now changing. Every day we are hearing about the jobs are being taken away by artificial intelligence, AI. Okay, so one side, if this is happening, definitely on the other side of the coin, new arenas for job opportunities opening. So we must focus on the positive things and we must make ourselves ready and to also enjoy the change. You know, the routine life is one thing, and now something new is coming. And if you're better prepared to face this new, definitely we'll be enjoying the new changes. Okay, so this conference provides such a platform for every one of us to enjoy the changes that are happening very rapidly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in a better way. Okay, so is it possible, you know, for the country of, I just give an example, for the country of more than 145 crore people, when COVID struck, we were in a better position to manufacture two indigenous vaccines like Covishield and Covaxin. We have manufactured it, fine. And we have tested it, everything was fine. But how to inoculate this mass population? And that too based on age, comorbidities, and you have to maintain that interval also like 45 days or 60 days. So everything was managed by an app indigenously developed by India, and within 1 year we could inoculate 75% of our population simply because of the one invention of that particular app. Okay, COVID. So such things are possible in India when the students realize that there is always two sides of the coin. See, earlier the achievers, the age of the achievers will be like 35 years. But now, you know, if you take, I've gone through in the net that Saram Somesh is of 4 years, right? He's the youngest TEDx speaker. What he has done is he has created visually impaired robotic stick, you know, which will help the visually impaired people to move comfortably, which detects all the distractions, and it also measures the velocity of the vehicle which comes near around him, and everything it guides as if actual robot is guiding him or actual human being is guiding him. So he invented this at the age of 4 and he has become TEDx speaker. So age is no bar, and you calculate your age. I think it's already too late that you should have been innovating a lot of things. And the other side of the coin is earlier in sports, if you take the people will retire at the age of 32 or 35. If you take Mohammad Azharuddin, 35, it says that he's very old to be a cricketer. Now, a person of the age of 42 is still fit and still playing, and the new 20s is the 30s. The new 30s is the 40s now. So there is an expansion of this fitness level because of this medical industry and strenuous training. Okay, so the youngsters, first part of the coin was like you were a little bit late to innovate, but what I am telling you, you would still have a lot of time to be innovative and creative. With this very short note, I wish all the organizers, the chief guests, keynote speakers, and all the participants of this conference to have a fruitful time. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. S. Ilangovan, Vice Principal and Head Corporate Relations, Janssen Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, to give a special address. We welcome you, sir.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you so much. A warm good morning to one and all present in this forum. I would like to convey my regards to our most respected chairman, respected vice chairman, beloved principal, director administration, director research, renowned keynote speakers, members of IFERP, heads of various departments, faculty members, student friends, and all the delegates who are eagerly waiting for presenting your research findings today. I wish this international conference on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics 2.0, ICSTEM 2.0, this virtual conference organized by Department of Mechanical Engineering of Janssens Institute of Technology, grand success. I'd like to pay my gratitude to all the keynote speakers today who have accepted in their busy schedule and who are going to enlighten you with their insights, and hope you all will get a lot of technical and technological inputs today. In today's world, science and technology, engineering and mathematics, these are inevitable field of research. All these contribute the world to progress in all the sectors of your life. Whichever sector we take, without these four, we cannot progress. I request all the researchers to concentrate on providing solutions for the problems identified to achieve sustainability development goals. The whole world they have set up a few SDG goals, and each and every one is trying to contribute or give a new insight to all these goals. So we are really interested in providing solutions. A lot of problem statements are available. So if you are trying to provide different solutions for achieving this sustainability development goals, then the world will be a better place to live for our future generation. I request all the researchers to take the problem statements from various hackathons, from various industries. Almost all the industries are now, they are posting their problem statements in the open forum and in the form of a lot of hackathons and other things. So if you could able to develop a prototype for addressing those problem statements, then it will be surely the innovative index of the country will improve in a big way. India is really growing in a faster pace in innovating new products. I hope that these type of technical forums will help in increasing the innovation index of our country, and hence it will improve the economic status of the country. I feel delighted to be a part of this conference. At this juncture, I just wanted to, this is coming into my mind. I remember my first presentation in an international conference. So way back in 2004, when I was doing my ME at Government College of Technology, Coimbatore. So due to my supervisor, he forced me to get into an international conference when I was in first year. So we did a small project, a simulation project, and we have presented it. So that one presentation has given me huge level of confidence on me. And the technical discussions, that is the most important part. So I have got a lot of insights about the same work what I did. When it is before technical discussion and after technical discussion, I really felt a lot of inputs I felt. So this is the other dimension of approaching the same problem. So in further conferences, I have improved a lot. So I'd like request to all the participants who are going to present their research findings today. So to take up the presentation in a better way, and the technical discussions are very important. Please have all kind of discussions. Get to know all those, record all those questions. If you can't able to answer, go back to your project and get to know it, so that you'll be having a complete insight about your projects. So with the short note, I wish all the best to all the delegates for presenting their articles today. I would like to congratulate Dr. Muthukumaran sir, HOD of Department of Mechanical Engineering, all the faculty members and organizers, IFERP members, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this. I would like to thank IFERP especially for organizing this conference in a fantabulous manner. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are happy to introduce Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar, Managing Director and Founder, Technorate Research and Development Association, India. Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder, and managing director of Technorate Group. He had 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and MBA from St. Peter's University, Chennai. He is interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABP. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Sid attributes his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit, which together have enabled transform to risk to opportunities to handle forever changing environment in education and technologies. Now, we request Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar, Managing Director and Founder, Technorate Research and Development Association, India, to give special guest of honor address. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you for your warm welcome. And very good morning to the distinguished guests, eminent scholars, students, and everyone. On behalf of IFERP, it is my great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students from different walk of life who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience in the impressive International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics 2.0, organized by Johnson Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, in association with IFERP. Moreover, I honorably welcome our Chief Patron, Shri T.S. Natarajan, Chairman of Johnson Institute of Technology, and Patron Shri T.N. Kalaimani, Vice Chairman of Johnson Institute of Technology, Shri T.N. Thirukumar, Vice Chancellor of Johnson Institute of Technology, and our convener, Dr. V. Nagaraj, Principal of Johnson Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I welcome the keynote and invited speakers, Dr. M.G.H. Jait, Professor in Department of Chemistry, Govind Bala Pant Universities of Agriculture and Technology, Uttarakhand, Dr. Tariq A. Rashid, Professor of Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence, and Dean of School of Science and Engineering Technology, University of Kurdistan, Iraq. Along with our speakers, I welcome our conference convener, co-convener, committee members, advisory committee members, eminent scholars, delegates, participants, and students of this fruitful conference of ICSTM-23, who presented both breadth and excellence in industry's experience in universities research and in the government policies to making and reflect their broad interest, excitement, and concern across society in how engineering, science, and management and other new technology will influence our shared future. The aim of this conference is to provide an interdisciplinary platform for leading researchers, young engineers, academicians, industrialists, and practitioners working in India and rest of the world to disseminate their innovations and contemporary research in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The conference will feature traditional paper presentations and keynote speeches by eminent speakers who will focus on state-of-the-art development in the field of engineering, research, and innovation. The scope of the conference is providing the common platform where researchers, engineers, academicians, industrialists, and practitioners confluence and cherish their research and innovations and deliberate upon futuristic research along with the major bottlenecks, Science and engineering research and innovations has become an emerging trend in challenging for all of us, for engineers, professionals, scientists, as well as researchers and academicians. With the main purpose of this development of by media, by technology, and by applications areas, engineering research and innovation plays an important role of bridging the harmony of human well-being and the nature through the new advanced technology. The goal of ICSTEM 2023 is to provide the knowledge, enrich and innovative technical exchange between international researchers or scholars and practitioners from the academician and industries in the field of science, engineering, and technology. We encourage all of you to actively participate in this discussion and hope the conference can provide a good platform in the exchange, the informations of development and innovations of well as new collaboration between scholars, academician, industries, and practitioners. I hope you will have the most productive days of interesting and stimulating discussions. I sincerely wish this conference will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge and experience in engineering research and innovation, but also as a beginning of a long and fruitful cooperation and friendship among the fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful and worthwhile the task of technology, teaching and training the youth who will shape our future. This have the always gap between the students, academicians, and universities, research communities, and industries who can make effective use of engineering, research, and technology, and those who cannot. The mission of IFRP is to serve as an accelerator of knowledge sharing, community development, and global technology innovation. IFRP objective is to perpetual global technology innovation through the funding, fostering, and furthering of a culture of steadfast research and professional and academic collaboration. IFRP is reducing the gap between institution, industries, government, professional communities, and students by digitalizing the innovation process through our professional networking services, global communicating building, and knowledge sharing in a digital domain, and providing the integrating virtual scientific community, mutual engagement, exploring the potential of research, creating a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. IFFP has published more than 50,000 plus research papers in Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholars, and many indexing journals where they guided the global professional community in filling the patents. With more than 1 lakh plus members from 150 plus countries, IFRP is serving the globally to make the research activities to the next level. So IFRP vision to make the research activity globally, and every country, every state should grow through IFRP, through the IFRP research activities, which is conducted in many manners in the time of conferences, in the time of seed funding programs, in the time of webinars, where researchers can learn through IFRP and they can grow through IFRP. That is our IFRP motto, where researchers and professors and any profile where everyone can learn and can grow through IFRP. So while concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share the knowledge and experience and to explore better way of educating our future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Tariq Ahmed Rashid, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, University of Kurdistan, Hewler, KRG, Iraq. Tariq Ahmed Rashid received his PhD in Computer Science and Informatics degree from College of Engineering, Mathematical and Physical Sciences, University College Dublin from 2001 to 2006. He pursued his postdoctoral fellow at the Computer Science and Informatics School, College of Engineering, Mathematical and Physical Sciences, University College Dublin from 2006 to 2007. He joined the University of Kurdistan Hewler in 2017. He has also been included in the prestigious Stanford University list with 2.7% of the best world researchers for the year 2020. Tariq is on the list of top 10 researchers in the Al Ain Iraqi Researchers Ranking 2022. All Indian Ranking 2022 is a national ranking organized by Al Ain University to honor those who have worked inconclusively to promote the Iraqi researcher image in the international domain. A group of highly skilled members has performed the ranking the condition of researchers having at least an H index of 12 with more than 12 research papers in the Scopus database in 2021 and at least an H index of 6 in websites. The ranking of the researcher was established by considering several academic network websites that includes Web of Science, Scopus, Skyval, ResearchGate, Publins, and Google Scholar. We welcome you, sir. Once again, I would like to welcome Dr. Tariq Ahmed Rashid. Sir, the forum is yours.
Within few minutes, sir will start this keynote session.
It's our pleasure to invite Dr. Tariq Ahmed Rashid. We welcome you, sir. You can take over the session.
Yes, sir joined. Now he is going to take care of the session. Tariq, sir, we are inviting you to come forward and start your session, sir. Sorry for the technical trouble. Please start your session.
Hello, can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Great. I'm going to share my file. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, if you are at different locations. My name is Tariq Rashid, and I'm the keynote speaker for this session. And I would like to thank you for joining this session. And I would like to thank also the organizers for giving this opportunity to me to present the idea about LPX. I also thank our precious students who are looking forward to see this presentation. Now, LPX, or we call it a new Lagrangian problem crossover. Detail of this new idea can be found in this reference for technicality. Actually, I'm going through the objective of this work, and also I'm talking about I present an overview about the crossover operator, which is a basic operational system for producing offsprings or children from different parents. So we talk also about population-based algorithms. And we try to show some mathematical crossover standards, and I go through them. And then we present a new idea or a new technique called LPX, Lagrange problem crossover, and then based on stationary point of Lagrange. So based on Lagrangian concept, we produce this LPX. And then we hit on some results, and we are going to analyze these results. And then we show the contribution at the end of the day, and then the conclusion. Now, objective, actually, the main reason of this work, or the main purpose of this work, is to come up with a novel standard crossover based on Lagrangian dual function, LDF. So Lagrangian dual function, we used it to enhance the formulation of Lagrangian problem crossover, and we called it LPX. Now, in the next slide or next few slides, I'm going to show some overview about different crossover standards classification that has been or that have been used by different researchers for solving engineering operational problems. Now, actually, what's a crossover? For example, in this visual, you can see if you have two parents, okay, two chromosomes. Each chromosome, by the way, it's a solution for a problem that you have. So two parents, G(X) and G2X, and from these two parents, you can provide two more kids, or two more solutions, a genetic algorithm, actually. So, and the main purpose of this operation of using crossover is to either minimize or maximize the error of total samples that you have in your searching space. Because you might have a searching space and that searching space is too big. So you might need to go through sample of this searching space, and you select the best out of the parents and create best kids or offsprings and so on and so forth. And this is iteratively you proceeding them until you will find the minimum error, and the minimum error tells you that you arrived at a good solution, or at least a satisfactory level of solutions. Now, basically, in evolutionary algorithm, we have starting point, okay, population, and then we take from this population a sample, and then we subject fitness function to these individuals in that sample group, and we check each individual performance or fitness. And if we find those kids that are not doing very well, we kick them out. Actually, we take them from, actually Darwinian evolutionary theory. So the survival for fittest. So if the kids are not fit, then you wouldn't select it to go to the next round of iteration. And you take the best kids and you cross them over, and then you do mutation on them. You apply mutation, and you are trying to get new kids. And this is iteratively in a cycle operation. You're trying to find the best solution. Once your criteria is met, then let's say you would have the best optimal solution, or the best or least error, or maximum error, whether it's a maximization or minimization problem, then you will stop. So that's the basic flow chart for any algorithm, how you're trying to search for best solution among a population of solutions. Okay. Now, we could have mathematical crossover standards here. We might have a binary form crossover, which is single point crossover, or endpoint crossover, or uniform crossover, or you might have a mask crossover, and you might have also tree parents crossover. These are subtypes of the binary form crossover. And you might have also real coded or floating point crossover, which is this one mainly or commonly widely used among researchers. It's also, it's about real single point crossover, single or whole arithmetic crossover, linear crossover, blended crossover, BX, and simulated binary crossover, SBX. And you could also have order coded crossover, which is partially mapped crossover, and the cycle crossover operator. What's crossover? Let's say you have a chromosome, that's one solution, and you have another chromosome. I mean, your solution could be anything, could be medical prescribing, it could be data for student performance. So you put them in a chromosome, in a gene, in a chromosome. So this chromosome 1 represents one of the solutions in your searching space, and chromosome 2 represent another solution in your searching space. So here the green one, if we are kind of take a random value of this one, this gene and that gene in first solution and the second solution, and if you just we flip it, we get a random value for them, then you would have this one a new solution completely. So this one has changed and this one has changed because we just took the random of we had changed this point of crossover. Now we might have also a binary single point crossover, which is a crossover point in the parent entity string is picked. So basically, if you have two chromosomes, two solutions, two parents, whichever you name them, and all data transferred between two units, including biological parents. And this is actually the idea was extracted or was inspired from human biological life. So if we take this part, this point, and you can see all this pink color not change, okay? And all this blue color not change. But then this 0 bit has been changed to 1, and this 0 bit has been changed to 1 because we swap this part. Blue goes to this area, and this 3 zeros comes to take the second part of the chromosome. So you would have now 2 different solutions, and we take the fitness from them. That's the basic idea of binary single point crossover. We could have double. That was one point. We could have double. For example, this part hasn't changed. This part has changed. The ones has changed to 0, and the zeros has changed to 1. Okay, so this swap with this one. Likewise, this part has changed because all zeros came down, the pink one, and this part has changed, gone up. So, but then the double point hasn't been changed, or double point hasn't been changed. 0, 0, 0, 1 stayed as it is. That's another type of crossover. And then you change your solutions. Now we might have uniform crossover or half uniform crossover. Again, like the coin throwing approach, each gene bit is drawn randomly from one of the comparable genes. So here is one swap with this one, and this one swap with that one. Only this one hasn't been changed because we took all the square bits and changed it. And this one also hasn't been changed. So you can do it. We can call this one uniform crossover or half uniform crossover. As we get along, it can get more complicated, and there are more types of uniform crossover with crossover mask. So what happens here, you have 2 chromosomes and you try to create with an algorithm, with a heuristic method, you're trying to find out crossover mask, another medium. So this crossover mask, and from this crossover mask, you put some condition. If, for example, to generate the gene of the first offspring, if CM is 0, then you select gene 1. Okay, so you take gene 1. And if CM is 1, then you select gene 2. So from this crossover mask, you created these 2 offsprings or 2 children. Now, again, CM crossover mask was created from the 2 chromosomes, 2 solutions that you have. By help of the CM, you create 2 kids. And this is the more detail of how algorithmically you selected all these bits, or you place all these bits. Now, we could have real coded floating point form crossover, and the genes are real valued without encoding, so or decoding. So you don't have here binary or 0 or 1. Just you might have a real coding, a real floating point. And there is no reason to be concerned about algorithm efficiency. If the floating point encoding is utilized, several crossover techniques to real coded were deployed. So the crossover techniques are described mathematically here. For example, how to deal with the real points. These are real points. So single real points. This is one solution, and this is another solution, and we just swap a real point. For example, 0.25 with the offspring 2, the third gene with the third gene of the offspring 1. So here, chromosome 1, solution 2. We swap the third gene, and we got the offspring 1 and offspring 2. And you can see 0.63 gone up and 0.08 come down. And that's the swap you can do. And this is also real single point crossover, or called RSPX. You might have another way to do it. You could have alpha. You can introduce a parameter called alpha. You can set it to 0.5 or between 0 and 1. And you could have also the K is the gene, K equal 2, that means gene 2, K equal 3 means gene 3. Gene is one bit of the solution. Okay, gene is one bit of the solution, and your solution could be variables, could be pressure, could be temperature, could be bold mechanical solutions, or could be civil engineering parameters, whatever they are, it doesn't really matter. So we could find the gene offspring, and then we have this formula: 1 minus alpha times the gene, the K point or K gene in the crossover, plus alpha multiplied by K NK. So in this case, 1 minus 0.5, and the gene 2 in first chromosome, 0.13, plus 0.5 multiplied by gene 2 of in chromosome 2. And then you will find 0.53, that's for this one. Likewise, this can be copied to second chromosome. So you find two different solutions right now. We might have more whole arithmetic crossover, more heuristic solution, or more heuristic solution for it. You might also introduce alpha and beta, alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, and you might have beta 1, beta 2, beta 3, and you can form this formula, 3 formulas, to create out of 2 chromosomes, 2 solutions, 3 different solutions. And then once you find each gene from each formula, you can place it in the first chromosome, second chromosome, and third chromosome. So here, by having this equation, we found first gene and second gene and third gene. And more detail about this one, it's easy, I think, and if you can refer to the paper, shouldn't be any problem for understanding it. And that's the main equation for it. So you have alpha 1 times the gene sequence, and then beta, and then so on and so forth. Now you have blended crossover BX. This one, again, what happens, you are trying to find a range, okay? A range. For example, this range you can find it by gene 1 minus alpha, as you introduce the alpha, times G2 minus G1. That's one bit of the range. And then the second bit of the range, you can find it G2 minus alpha, G2 minus G1. So, and you can see the only difference is G1 minus this part and G2 minus this part. So doing so, you will find G1 is 0.13 and G2 is 0.94. So we have this G1 and G2, and we try to find, using this equations, 2 equations, we try to find this 2 range, and this range, which is 2 numbers. So, and we found that with using alpha, we found the range. Using this equation with these 2 genes, we found 1, 3, 5, 4, 5. And we're using G2 minus alpha, G2 minus G1, we found 0.535. So, and then this is the range that you have to get a random value between these 2 ranges. So you will get something not higher than 1.345 and not less than 0.53. And this is what we found. With this one in the yellow, we can get a random value, 1.2 found between the range and 0.7 between the range and within the range. So we found 2 different solutions from blended crossover type. Now, again, more examples of blended crossover type. Equation 3 here, gamma, we introduce, or they introduced the paper, I'm sorry, I should search us in 50. They introduced gamma, 1 plus 2 alpha. And the gene 1 can be found by equation 4, and gene 2 can be found by equation 5. Now, there is a mistake in the paper, 1 plus 2 alpha, then times r minus alpha, that bit is cut. So I apologize for this. That's a mistake of us. Now, again, here we find the alpha gamma. And then once you've found the gamma, you take the gene 1 and gene 2, and gene 2 will be the bit for offspring 1 and offspring 2, and offspring 1, solution 2, as you can say. So here from two solutions, we find another 2 new kits, 2 new solutions. Simulated binary crossover. Again, here here in this reference, they introduced mu, and mu is 0.5, and then the alpha, of course, gene 1, gene 2, and that's how you find the genes for each children. That's also one way. And then mu, you can alpha, you can find it from here. Then if alpha is this one, alpha is this one when mu is less than 0.5. If it is greater than 0.5, then your alpha is 1/2, 1 minus mu, or to the power of 1 over eta, or efficiency, which is another variable that you can also consider. And that's how you work with the crossover. And now the crossover is done, and gene 1, gene 2 was found using those equations, and here replace, and now you can see another simulated binary crossover. Now, that's the diagram for it. And then order coded problem method crossover, that's another way to do it. And then there's also partially mapped crossover. UR215 stay as it is, and 8362 they are going up, and this bit pink, they come down, you see, and the bit of the second chromosome, they go up this whole, while here 11 swap with 2, that 11 swap with 2, 11, this one here swap with 2, 11 last bit of the chromosome 2 with gene chromosome 1, which is 2. So 11 with 2, and also 4 and 5 are changed. 4, it was here, and 5, 4 and 5 here are changed. Here, and then more. First, we change this one, by the way. And then after that, we change 11 by 2, and 4 by 5, and 1 by 6. So that's 6 and 1 change. 6 became here, and 1 became there. If you just carefully look at it, it's not very difficult. So we have chromosome 1, and we produce this changed chromosome here, and then we use the swapping with this way, and then this we call PMX. There's cycle crossover. Here in the cycle of crossover, we try to generate offspring 1 if gene at chromosome 1 in the cycle, then select gene at chromosome 1. For example, 4 no cycle change, 1 no cycle change, 1 swap there with 4. 2, there's a cycle in it, so it remain as it is. 7 remain because there's a cycle on it, and 6 remain as it is, and 5 remain as it is. 6 also remain as it is, and 11, but the rest are, those are not cycled, are changed. Here, the idea of our work with my student, which is like we use Lagrangian problem crossover. Well, crossover standards have several weak and strong points. The major motivation for proving crossover standard is to propose and demonstrate a distinctive crossover technique. And we found from Lagrange, or introducing Lagrange, can help us to, get better solution for it and reduce the time of arriving at a good solution. So using LDF, we try to find out LDF. In this diagram, you can see that if you have fx is the solution 1 and f another solution 2 and fx1 into another solution, and you might have so many solutions in your space. But then if you look at this diagram, this is your maximum point, for example. Here is the maximum. Here is the optimal. You can go from this area or you can go from any points, but which point can give you the best or optimal to arrive with short? So I think maybe in this diagram, it tells you that in this point, that's the gradient vector, which is the constraint, gxy. On the red line here, this is the best solution for you to get the maximum. Therefore, if we have an equation and there's a constraint, then we can introduce Lagrange to respect that constraint. And by introducing Lagrange, we can make sure that we have new solutions. So to get more detail, by having the stationary point of Lagrange and to calculate the stationary point of Lagrange, for example, this is the derivative of fx. And we introduced Lagrange delta G xy. So the Lagrange Lxy equals the equations that we have minus the constraints. So this equation is subject to the constraints. So we need to, if we try to solve this equation, then we need to respect the constraints, which is the gradient vector in the diagram as you see here, which takes you to the best solution. So from these points, it is proved that Lagrange multiplier lambda is in this equation is improved by maximizing or minimizing. So for example, here that we have the Lagrange and we introduce lambda and fx, that's main equations that we have, okay, which are in our case is this is the solutions that we have, okay, and this is the constraints that we have. So these are the solutions minus alpha variable gx1, gx2, and fx. This again equals fx x2 minus the constraints, and the constraints here gx1, gx2, but then multiplying by alpha. Now you might ask why 2? Because we are doing it for 2 chromosomes and we have x1 and x2. It goes more if you have more chromosomes. So that's for 2 chromosomes for 2 solutions. So here the Lagrange duality problem theory, LDF, depends on real equation samples. So the whole idea is we have a conic dual theory, and conic dual theory, it gives us this kind of equation. Going back to mathematics, we use conic duality theory. And this would help you to more shape your equation a different way. For example, for offspring one, Lagrange equals this one minus the constraint, and then that by itself, this is your fx, that's your equation using dual conic duality theory, x1 minus x2 square plus x2 minus x1 square. So that's, but subject to what? The conic duality theorem, the second part will be x1 plus 2x2 minus 1, and subject to gene 2, which is 2x1 plus 2x2 minus x1. Likewise, for offspring 2, the same thing, we can do the same thing. Now, by using conic duality theory, we can get offspring 1 and offspring 2. So x1 minus x2 square plus x2 minus x1 square. And this is the the constraints that we have, which we use Lagrange, and Lagrange has alpha variable, and from this we can have a solution here. Now, you might have alpha is 0, then this term all will become 0. If alpha is 0, this term all will become 0, but then still you would have some new offsprings, because x1 minus x2, again, it's a new, but not the best, because we said that this is your constraint. You can't get better than this one. Now, therefore, if we try to have this 2 chromosome and using this, our formula on them, so we will get this part has changed to 0.417, and this part has changed to 1.178. So now from 2 solutions we make using Lagrange problem crossover, we managed to produce 2 kits. So results and discussion, we applied it to different test functions, TF1, TF3, TF7, some solutions that I can show in this presentation, and with different weights of alpha, for example, alpha 0.3, 0.5, 0.7, and we compared our results to BX, blended crossover, and simulated binary crossover, and the rest. And we also run some statistical tests to find p-value to see our results, whether statistically significant or not. So in the first comparison that we found that if this is LPX and going for maximization, so you see that the sum and mean and standard deviation, huge difference. You know, like this one huge, and you can see for alpha 0.2, BX receive this number and that number and standard deviation. While for maximization problem, our sum is bigger, you know, much bigger, the same bold, sorry. Changing alpha to 0.5, again, in alpha 0.5 also not too bad, even greater. And as we increase alpha, you see our results are far better performance, and you arrive at the solution with a very accurate optimization. And for exploitation and convergence evaluation results for local search exploitation and exploration for global search. Now, again, LPX compared with SBX and BX and QBitX, this is actually minimization. So here 144 in timing, that's 141. 151, that's 149 time in second. 157 and time 151. Even in time, we arrive at a shorter time to better solution. So for TF3, likewise, for minimization, see standard deviation and standard deviation. The 73, that's 24. 43, that's 120. So again, we are doing very well. LPX is doing very well. Lagrangian crossover problem, doing very well. And this one you can see even the result, but here maybe didn't do well because Qubit had better but favorably equal. You know, like it's not too big deal. You know, like 164 seconds, 164 seconds, not big deal. And even the mean, yes, it's higher than LPX. You know, but however, in T7 for different alphas, you can see our one perform better. Now, for finding results, whether these results are significant, LPX versus SBX, you can see that the results for alpha, different alpha, 0.2, 0.5, 0.7, you know, this is less than 0.05, which is significant results comparing to SBX. Again, significant here and significant here as well. In TF3, significant here is not good. and here are not good, to be honest, and that's the results that we receive. In the future, maybe, our students, they work out with this TF or other functions to improve the results, testing results. And here, LPX, versus BX, results are not very significant. So it is rejected the theory of null value here because it's greater than 0.05. But these are fine, okay? Now, in contribution, we managed to, using conic dual theory, from this we can apply Lagrange problem crossover. We called LPX, and compared with other standards, and it shows outperformance over the others. LPX, in the evaluation, we use a genetic algorithm, and we use also LPB, another algorithm we designed in our lab called learner performance-based. You can find detail of it at the end of the this presentation. I'll give you the link for it. That's our algorithm. So we applied the LPX, the Lagrange on LPB, and we improved the performance of the algorithm. It became faster in terms of finding solution and with shorter time, and best in terms of accuracy. So thank you very much for your attentions. And if you want to get the code or any, they are here for LPB, the algorithm, and the paper for a new Lagrange problem crossover. It is in here. Aso, my co-author, and myself. That's the main paper. You can access it. And for other algorithms, also you can find it here. Thank you very much for taking your time, and I really appreciate it. And I wish you all the best. And my special thanks go to all the organizers who they were working very hard to make this event very fascinating, very successful, very amazing, and we're looking forward to see you in different platforms or different forums. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a break for some 20 minutes. Every one of you, please assemble by 12:20. I repeat, every one of you assemble on 12:20.
Now we are announcing break till 12:15. So we will start the next keynote session by 12:20. I repeat, now we are announcing break till 12:15. From 12 to 20, we are having our another keynote session.
Welcome back for International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics 2.0. Now, we are happy to introduce Dr. M.G.H. Zaidi, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Govind Ballabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, Uttarakhand, India. Dr. M.G.H. Zaidi is an Indian physical chemist, academician, inventor, and academic administrator. Most notably, his entire academics and innovations has been developed in India. He has conferred the degrees of BSc and MSc from Lucknow University, UP. He has received PhD degree in chemistry with thesis entitled Synthesis of some newer high temperature resistant polymers. In early age of 25 years, under the learned supervision of Professor Jayesh Shukla from LU, India. He has been sincerely dedicated to Department of Chemistry, GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, Uttarakhand. He has availed research funding from several national, international, and private organizations for innovations and propagation research in polymer materials. He has made pioneering contributions to the field polymer science and technology, which has received immense acclaim among peers across the world. Dr. Zaidi is the methodical and solution-oriented scientist, authored and co-authored more than 125 articles, including reviews, high impact factor articles, perspectives, conference proceedings, book chapters, and has a number of patents to his credit. His proceedings highly cited works on synthesis of polymer materials applicable in structural engineering, nanobiotechnology, electronics, energy storage, valorization of solid waste, computational methods in polymer science, degradation and stabilization of polymer materials, and impact of nanomaterials on ecosystem. He simultaneously handled multiple projects with interest in development of novel polymer materials. He has advised more than 40 students for master's and doctorate research in the discipline of polymer science interfacing chemistry, agricultural chemicals, and engineering. Currently, he has 5 patents and more than 130 publications to his credit. He has been contributing his academic expertise as member of editorial board of journals, referee by more than 30 peer-reviewed journals, invited keynote, plenary speaker, and committee member at more than 50 national and international scientific events. We welcome you, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
audible,
It
sir.
was muted. I just opened this microphone. Now, second thing, my slide is visible or not? Is
Actually,
it
you have shared your screen, sir, but your
okay?
slide.
Okay. Wait a minute. I am going to share. I have shared, but it is. Wait a minute. I have shared, but it is not appearing. Hello. Is it my slide is shared?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, good evening, good afternoon to all of you. And I would like to express my reverence and gratitude to IFERP, who has called me to deliver my keynote address at International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics, ICSTEM 2023. Is it slide is okay? It is appearing. Is it visible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I am delighted to see here at IFERP around some 35, 40 connections, people who are connected at this international conference. I'm also grateful to the board of directors of IFERP for giving me this nice opportunity to share my research at your this international venture. Basically, I am a material scientist, and my area of study is to derive novel kind of materials utilizing from solid waste. We know that all the developing countries are having tremendous amount of solid waste which is being produced annually in different kind of countries. In India, we are having our agricultural background because India is the agriculture dominating country. So in this country, we produce a lot of agro waste in terms of the bio waste, as well as from solid waste is also produced from industries like fly ash or other kind of plastic materials. So these plastic materials are very much versatile, or these solid waste either in the form of the agro waste or in the form of the bio waste. All these kind of the waste are very much versatile to develop the novel kind of products for society as well as industries. My area of research is actually to develop the green technology for production of viable materials from waste in terms of solid waste. So this is actually the technology of solid waste management that we used here at G.V. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. We utilize several kind of the solid waste, out of which some solid waste are based on stubble. Nowadays, stubble has a big political issue because of its relation to farmers, as well as some crop waste like, for example, rice husk or other kind of the husk, as well as some oil cakes and some industrial waste, for example, solid waste or clay based materials as a waste. Material science is not a new thing. Human is dealing with material science from clays to advanced materials. Age of the material science is very much old, and our civilization has been divided on the basis of the materials. Civilizations has been nomenclatured on the basis of different kind of materials. The earlier civilization was based on clay age, and then bronze age, and then iron age, and nowadays the age is that of advanced material age, which is the age of the nanomaterials. Steel age was also one of the age that was actually appeared after bronze age. So human being is utilizing materials from age to age in our universe. If we think over our generation, our creation, then we go through gorillas and orangutans and champs. These were actually available. These were appeared in our earth some 55 billion years ago. Later on, the first human fossil, male fossil, was isolated and observed. It was detected at some 2.083 million years back. Then thereafter, the first female fossil was identified as a mitochondrial Eve around some 1.7 million years back. Then man has started to prepare tools from various kind of materials, out of which the most dominant materials at that time was the clay. They were stone based materials, and then man has started to know how to create the fire. And then around 6 million years back, wooden huts were came into being at Shishibao, Japan. That was the first site that woman has designed to live, designed to houses or to huts to live into them. And then at the time there was a very great war between gorillas and human being, and then man has designed spears and then stone blades and then grinders to defense and shelter. And then long-term distance was actually observed some 1.4 million years ago, where man has started to prepare the bullock carts and other kind of transportation devices. And then the age of the jewelry making was actually came into being some 1.1 million years back, where ostrich eggshells were utilized for jewelry making. So that you can observe that the human being is always interested in materials and how to utilize the materials and how to prepare the articles for his own interest from various kind of natural occurring resources. Some 5,005 years back, the end of the Stone Age was came, and then dawn of the Bronze Age was actually observed, and this age was initiated with the smelting of copper and zinc. Some 20,000 BC, pottery's age was developed in China. China were the pioneer in the development of the potteries, and bows and the arrows are the first creation of the Qin dynasty of the China, some 200 BC. So all these objects are basically derived from materials. Either materials are in the form of the stones, materials are in the form of the clays, or materials are in the form of alloys, or in the form of some biomaterials like ostrich egg based jewelries. Now human civilization was partially stabilized around 3500 BC, when Sumerian and Mesopotamian has developed their civilization. And during this civilization, and later on, some 3000 BC, Indus civilization came into being, where copper and lead bronze materials were casted by the Sumerians and Indus civilization people. And at that time, writing, mathematics, pottery, bricks formation, hydraulic engineering, then metallurgical operations, garret preparation, and fabrication, and a lot of technological advancements has been made in Sumerian and Indus civilization culture. Textile mills were developed at that time, where fabrics were one of the most important articles, one of the most important objects that human beings were used. And at that time, man was using a rubber plant, and they were isolating milk from the rubber, and they were transformed this milk into gata parcha, which is nowadays not much well accepted by our society. But at that time there was a great craze of the gata parcha and silk. Human beings started to prepare silk, and from silk they have created fabrics. So these are the basic overview of the interest of human being in material science. Now steel age was the very important turning point in the human civilization, and the first blast furnace was developed by Abraham Darby, and that blast furnace was actually established at the border of the Turkey, and this was around some 1709 year. After invention of the blast furnace, whole of material science was actually transformed into steel age. And this steel age is the basically the age that is actually responsible for our industrial civilization and industrial progress, because when steel was discovered, most of the industrial areas became of the steel. Now after steel age, polymer age has came into being, and hardening of rubber was actually initiated. The process of the hardening of rubber was initiated with some 20% addition of the sulfur in 1851. Later on, celluloid was developed by Alexander Park in 1862, and John Wilson Hyatt has developed collagen. That was the very important biopolymer at this age, and that was used for making of cutleries and potteries and all that things Then cellulose acetate was developed by Christian Scheinwein in 1865. At that time, cellulose acetate was used for making fabrics as well as for making curtains. And cellulose acetate was later on of very great industrial importance. It has found a very great industrial importance in water purification, particularly in desalination membranes. And cellulose nitrate was actually one of the important, plastic material. At that time, cellulose nitrate was used for development of many of the plastic articles, and this was actually prepared by Henry Beckenot in 1868. And viscose process was very important process that was developed in some 1900, and that process was basically known as a xanthate process, where cellulose was treated with carbon disulfide to develop a carbamate type of system. That carbamate type of system later on transformed into xanthates, and finally it was converted into fabrics. At that time, viscose rayon was very much of craze around some 1900. Then PVC was the first, polyvinyl chloride was the first plastic, and that was developed in 1872. Later on, bakelite was developed as a synthetic plastic by Leo Baekeland in 1909. At that time, he has isolated phenol from some living system and treated with formaldehyde to develop the black colored material. That black colored material is known as plastic. Here at the right hand side of the screen, there are many of the articles that I have shown, starting from ebonite age, where Leo Baekeland has devised bakelite, and ebonite was one of the kind of the bakelite system. At that time, bakelite was also used in making pens, and celluloid was very much used, very much of use in making combs and other kind of articles for human interest. Bakelite was very much well known, and still till 1960s, many of the countries have used bakelite for preparing electrical insulating materials. For example, for preparing the covering of the radios, covering of music systems, and many other type of objects. Switches. There was a time. Nowadays, our electric switches are made up of polyvinyl chloride. At that time, electric switches were actually fabricated from bakelite. If you go through the very much old buildings, you can find that there are some black colored switches, that round black colored switches. That black colored switches are made up of bakelite. And then collodion was actually prepared by treating nitrocellulose with camphor. Polystyrene, toy shark of polymeric substance, that was actually introduced by United States Army in 1950. And nowadays, we have a lot of polymer materials from different kind of materials, different kind of the plastic substrates. It may be polystyrene, maybe polycarbonate, it may be polyethylene, it may be polysulfone, and there are many other kind of plastic materials. Actually, what the polymer is there, we don't use polymer as such for making of the articles. We always fabricate, we always prepare the materials through blending polymer with other kind of the additive. That additive may be in the form of the colorants, in the form of the fillers, in the form of antioxidant, and then finally we develop a plastic material from polymer, and that plastic material is then molded into different kind of the articles, as you see here in the picture, that starting from defense system to aircraft, and then fuels, and then our transportation system, and then our electronic system, our covering casings, even our fabrics, and all kind of materials are actually derived from the plastic nowadays. But we have developed a lot of the plastic materials, but these plastic materials are very much hazardous to our environment, either due to their manufacturing steps that release several kind of toxic and flammable materials that to our environment, or even after disposal of these plastics, we have a lot of the challenges because of the toxicity created in the environment. This is the last age, this is the age of the smart materials, where carbon nanostructures were first investigated by Rice brothers of Rice University, Robert Curl and Richard Harold Croto and Richard Smalley from Rice University. They have discovered carbon nanotube. They have discovered fullerenes, and later on Ijima in 1991 have actually discovered carbon nanotubes, which were the tubular structures. So this actually age has turned the concept of material science from macro state to nano state. Polymers are the macromolecular substances, and these nanomaterials, these carbonaceous materials, are actually the nanomaterials. This is a very simple prototype, simple device that is actually shown here how to develop the graphene and how to develop the fullerene. Fullerenes were first developed by Rice brothers. They have actually used carbon soot, and they have isolated fullerene from the carbon soot. They have actually first subjected the carbon material to laser ablation, and then finally they have isolated the finely divided carbon. And that finely divided carbon was having one of the component. That component was soluble in toluene. The component which was soluble in toluene was actually showing some brilliant violet colored appearance, and this has given the discovery of the fullerene. Fullerene are actually the carbonaceous materials that have buckyball structures. Since we have only half an hour of time, so we cannot elaborate too much because we have to reach to our final slide. See here, our nature is also preparing the kind of the materials that we cannot prepare in our laboratory. For example, corals, cellulose materials, cellulose composites, jaggeries, salts, and there are many other kind of fabrics, materials that our nature prepare, our nature developed in a very excellent way. And we cannot prepare these kind of materials in our laboratory in such a way. But we have developed a lot of the processes. Human being has developed a lot of the processes for every and each kind of materials. However, materials are very much important, but these preparing technology as well as disposal methods are not very much worthwhile for to making our environment to be very much clean and healthy. And finally, what happens here? A lot of pollution is there due to materials. Either these pollutions are due to human activities, that is disposal of the materials to our environment from industries as well as from human activities. For example, many industries liberate a lot of toxicants, a lot of toxic materials in the form of the dyes, in the form of pharmaceutical byproducts, and many others in the form of the organic solvent to our water. That water that goes into the water stream, and finally it causes toxicity to soil, as well as it also transmits into human system. In the same way, industries creating too many problems, and these industries are evolving so much toxic carbon dioxide and other kind of the toxic gases to our environment. There are many of the gases which are being released from the industry are actually depressing our ozone environment. They are creating global warming and greenhouse effect due to toxicity of environment. So ultimately, the factories which has been developed by human being is not very much human friendly and not very much environmental friendly. So we are in need of the kind of the processes to develop the material that must be of environment friendly as well as environmentally benign, and must be non-toxic to our environment. So we are working in some areas wherein we are utilizing solventless. We are actually having a solventless technology, and that technology has been patented many times in my credit. So these technologies we have developed. Here is the slide that is also showing a lot of failures in material science. For example, we develop paints, but paints do not, but paint doesn't sustain for a long time, and ultimately due to some environmental effect or due to some biological effect, paints are actually wiped off from the surface, and again corrosion is started. We are in need of the tires which must be very much of less wear, but nowadays what we use the tires that are being liable to replace after 2 to 3 years. In the same way, helmets, we are in interest of having very durable helmets, but materials are not much sustainable, they are not much sturdy, and ultimately let us that if you drop the helmet, it will be broken. So what is here? Explosions are very much common. Batteries are not very much up to the mark. If we use mobile phones and we use batteries, and we utilize mobile phones, we discuss on the mobile phone for 1 hour or 2 hours, it becomes warm. And ultimately, there was a time when Nokia was having a lot of failure of the batteries. Nowadays, people have discarded the Nokia mobile and they are switching over to other kind of the sets. Why? Because battery was the great issue. In the same way, transportation system, many of the flammable oils and paints has been used. For example, there was a time when burning of the train was very much important issue. Why? Because the flammable, the solvent, the paint was highly flammable. Nowadays, these flammable paints are not used, and we actually use some kind of the paint that are flame retardant in nature. So a human being has a lot of failures in material science, but this material science is very much worthwhile, which is being extended or which is being catered by our nature, that is not very much harmful, that is very much compatible to human being in comparison to the material science which is being developed by human being. So here we have a very unique kind of technology that I would like to share with this audience. We actually use carbon dioxide into the liquid form. That liquid carbon dioxide is used as a solvent, and this is a very interesting solvent that is actually having a lot of the solvating properties. It can be changed into other kind of the solvating mode also. When carbon dioxide is subjected to compression under low temperature, carbon dioxide is transformed into dry ice. And when you heat this dry ice enclosed into compact environment, into a fixed volume environment, then carbon dioxide from dry ice, that is from solid, it converts into liquid state through expansion. And carbon dioxide is when liquefied, it behaves as an organic solvent. Carbon dioxide, when it is operated at 4000 psi and 90 degrees Celsius, what I feel, because I am working in this technology over last 25 years more. So what I feel that when carbon dioxide is liquefied and it is operated, say for example at 4000 psi and 90 degrees Celsius, it behaves like a hexane. And when carbon dioxide is pressurized to some 2500 degrees Celsius, 2500 psi, and some 90 degrees Celsius, it behaves like chloroform. This is what the beauty of the carbon dioxide, that utilizing this carbon dioxide, we can tune up the density of the solvent through manipulating the conditions of the pressure and temperature. Then we can switch over this carbon dioxide into some different solvent mode. For example, if we want to dissolve the naphthalene into carbon dioxide, definitely we will need a very high pressure, for example, 4500 psi, and temperature should be around some 70 degrees Celsius. At this condition, naphthalene will be soluble. And many other compounds will be soluble at this condition, but under similar condition, if you treat this carbon dioxide with So this is what the beauty of carbon dioxide. If you want to dissolve, for example, rubber, or for example, polydimethyl siloxane or siliconized rubber, for example, if you want to blend rubber, siliconized rubber with some thermoplastic, you treat carbon dioxide, you treat this mixture with carbon dioxide at optimum temperature and pressure that is being compatible to both of the component, that is rubber as well as your next polymeric component. Then you can easily blend with these materials to develop the product, that is develop the polymer composites. We are using carbon dioxide for material processing, for polymerization. Hello, is it I'm audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, my slide is visible.
Yes.
Okay. I got one signal that Zoom meeting is muted. That is why I interrupted. Okay, yes, continue. So here is a phase diagram. This phase diagram is at the left hand side at the upper corner. This phase diagram is indicating the transformation of a dry ice into gas into liquid state. This diagram is self-explanatory, and this is showing that how supercritical fluid is produced. The green portion at the topmost, the right hand side of the topmost of the curve is actually representing supercritical fluid. This is what the stage wherein carbon dioxide is neither having gas property nor having a liquid property, but it has a some different kind of the properties. It is a fourth kind of the phase which is being generated, which has the property of intermixed property of the gases and liquid. At this stage, if you tune up the pressure and temperature of the system, then ultimately you can solvate many of the material within the single solvent. This is what the beauty of this process, that you are no need to use too many bottles and too many variants of the solvent. If you have a single cylinder of the carbon dioxide, you can variate the nature of the carbon dioxide and you can tune up the temperature and pressure, and you can get the different kind of the solvating properties. Not only this carbon dioxide, there are many other solvents, for example, argon, carbon dioxide, water, sulfur hexafluoride, organic media is also there, for example, methane, ethane, propane, hexane, isopropyl alcohol, ethanol, and there is no limit. These are what the slide that I have shown, some limited and important resources of supercritical fluid, but there is almost some more than 100 kind of the molecules that can be transformed into supercritical state. See what we do here, how polymers interact with carbon dioxide. When we treat supercritical carbon dioxide with polymeric substance, carbon dioxide swell the polymers and sorbed into the polymer. It goes into the cavities of the polymer. And when carbon dioxide is introduced into the cavity of the polymers, macromolecular segments are became dominant. And due to the dominance of the macromolecular segments within the polymer structure or within the polymer matrix, the physical properties of the polymers are changed. For example, their glass transition temperatures are reduced, their chain mobility is increased, and their solute diffusibility is very much high because of the carbon dioxide. It drags the the filler into the liquid state, and then when you treat carbon dioxide with polymer, if there is any filler, then ultimately liquid carbon dioxide drags the filler into the entire polymer matrix, and ultimately you will get a homogenized distribution of the filler into polymer matrix in supercritical carbon dioxide. What happens after swelling of the material? Definitely the structure of the material is being temporarily changed, and finally it is there is a change in mechanical properties, change in elastic modulus of the material, in fact change in creep properties. So there is some change in the structural properties as well as some change in mechanical properties on event of the treatment of the carbon dioxide with plastic material. Finally, if we depressurize carbon dioxide, what happens? All the properties of all the situation of the reaction system is being reversed, and ultimately it is appearing either in the form of the foaming, fracture, or changes in microstructure or morphology. Or even if you want to extract a material, for example, let us suppose that there is some green colored plastic and you want to extract green colored plastic or green pigment from the plastic, then you can isolate this green pigment of the plastic through supercritical carbon dioxide treatment. You have to tune up the pressure and temperature at which this plastic is compatible, and then finally if you depressurize the system, the liquid state of the carbon dioxide will drag out the plastic and it may be collected to some other vessel. That device is known as supercritical extraction. In supercritical extraction and in pilot processing, there is a difference that in supercritical extraction you have the two vessels, but in the pilot scale preparation or in in processing plant, you will be having a single type of the pod. For example, I am using a single pod system that is of the processing plant. I will show you the picture and the diagram and how it functions later on in the next slide. See here, this is what the pilot scale plant, this is available in my laboratory. I am using this plant over last 25 years. Still this plant is functioning well, and if you observe my laboratory, you will simply say that yes, this is looking new. This is a very good plant and a very worthwhile way, very viable way of material processing through green friendly alternatives. Why? Because we are not using any kind of the solvent, any kind of the organic solvent or any kind of the toxic material. Simply we are charging the reactor system with some plastic material with some reactants. For example, if you want to conduct a polymerization reaction, then this is very simple. You charge the reactor with a monomer, add some catalyst or initiator, If you want to get the polymer in the colored form, add some coloring agent. If you want to get the polymer in electrically conducting form, then add some conducting filler, and whatever it is you desire. And then you simply lock the vessel, lock the reactor system, you charge carbon dioxide, finally chill out carbon dioxide to get it into the dry ice, and then heat up the to some extent, and then you will be getting a liquid state of the carbon dioxide, and then finally you will get a processed material. See here, this is one of my effort to functionalize fullerene 60 with polyvinyl pyridine. These are the material which are being used for photovoltaic applications. We have successfully, grafted a polymer change as a polyelectrolyte or fullerene 60 to develop the polyelectrolyte system for fuel cell and battery application. Here we have optimized temperature, pressure, concentration of initiators, time, as well as physical conditions to afford a series of the polyelectrolyte system, and that polyelectrolyte system has further been examined for photovoltaic applications. These are some characterization of this photovoltaic material. Left hand side there is a carbon 13, there is a PMR of polyvinyl pyridine, and the right hand side there is a C13 NMR of our polyelectrolyte, fullerene substituted polyelectrolyte. So C13 NMR spectra simply reveals that polyvinyl pyridine is actually attached on sp2 carbon of the fullerene 60, which is also further evidence through IR spectra and many other spectroscopic methods. This is our one of the exercise where we have developed polymer blends. It is very difficult to dissolve the plastic material into epoxy resin. Epoxy resins are commercially available as araldite. And these, if you go to the market, you will find that there is one material which is known as araldite and one material is known as hardener. So if you go to market, you try to purchase the adhesive, they will give you the two tubes. In one of the tube is resin and another one is the hardener. You have to mix these two. And then finally you want to set these materials, you try to set these materials, and then you add up something, it will be jointed. So this is a very good kind of adhesive nowadays we are having in the market. So similar kind of the adhesive we have used, but problem is that in that kind of the adhesive material, for example, resin material, it is very difficult to dissolve, for example, polythene or any other kind of the thermoplastic or thermosetting material. So we have here resolved this problem, and we have successfully solubilized some plastic material into epoxy resin in liquid carbon dioxide. What we have done, we have simply treated epoxy material with monomer, for example, methyl methacrylate. Methyl methacrylate is a monomer that is of very much versatile applications. One of the application of methyl methacrylate is to develop polymethyl methacrylate for various kind of engineering applications, for example, for sheets as well as for artificial roof and for contact lenses and many other kind of the biomedical applications. So polymethyl methacrylate is also known as synthetic plexiglass or perspex in our market. So this is very hard and tough material, and it is quite incompatible or non-compatible with epoxy resin. But what happens here, if you treat the monomer with epoxy resin, both are the liquid and both are mixed with each other, and then finally you treat this with carbon dioxide in presence of polymerization initiator. Finally, a composition appears wherein we have observed that polymethyl methacrylate has shown perfect solubility in epoxy resin. So herein we have developed this process, and we have derived the composite structures using this process. This work is actually in our collaboration with the DRDO, Defense Research Development Organization. I have been working with DRDO over the last 25 years. I have worked with 3 DRDO laboratories, Fire and Safety Laboratory, Delhi, and then ASL, Advanced System Laboratory, Hyderabad, and then Defense Material Store Research Development Establishment, Kanpur. So we have collaboration with them, and then we are working for actually Indian defense. We are also working for many other projects of the Indian defense. So herein we have rectified the problem of the compatibility of the epoxy resin with the thermoplastic materials. Later on, we have also managed to dissolve many other kind of thermoplastic materials, for example, polyvinyl chloride and poly. we have tried to dissolve carbon nanotube into epoxy resin. Herein we have like to breathe. Carbon nanotube has been successfully, compatibilized with epoxy resin. This is our patent wherein we have successfully compatibilized ferrite material into epoxy resin through green-friendly alternative using carbon dioxide. This patent is actually the patent which is in collaboration with DMSRD, DRDO Kanpur, and this is now under the technology transfer. Herein we have developed the cholesterol biosensor using supercritical carbon dioxide. We have used graphene material, and we have compatibilized graphene material with some conducting polymer, and then we have developed the kind of the sensing material that is very much useful for sensing of the cholesterol. See here, we have utilized this technology for sustained drug delivery system, for development of the sustained drug delivery system, for example, ferrogel based system which are being used for target drug delivery of the cancer. We have developed enzyme-free sensors using supercritical fluid technology for ferrite detection. Herein, we have developed antibacterial plastic using supercritical carbon dioxide. This antibacterial plastic is nowadays under technology transfer with Johnson & Johnson through our university. We are actually on the way of technology transfer of this, antibacterial plastic. This antibacterial plastic is very interesting. We can use this antibacterial plastic for making films and sheetings and, for hospital management, for example, wherein there is a lot of infection, there is a lot of infection area wherein we can use this plastic material, is antibacterial plastic material as a sheet. See here, this is the technology of preparation of biocomposite. We have recently filed our one of the patent wherein we have successfully converted, stubble into particle board. See here, this is our, technology wherein we have established a method of preparation of, particle board from stubble, which is, very important issue. We have successfully degraded plastics, for example, polythene and polypropylene and many other xenobiotic materials through treatment with supercritical carbon dioxide in presence of some, some consortia. And then finally we have incubated, and then we got a very good kind of, biodegradation of, this is what, here in the biodegradation. Here is on the left hand side, A is actually the simple polythene, which is a polythene sheet. This is the stem of the polythene sheet. On right hand side, C, second one is that of polythene, which is being treated with liquid carbon dioxide in presence of microbial consortia. And third figure is the complete degradation of polythene. We have successfully degraded polythene using through treating polythene with some starchy material, and then finally subjected to microbial environment, microbial consortia, either in vivo or in vitro, both methods. So left hand side, this is the TGA of undegraded polythene. Here you can see that undegraded polythene, I mean undegraded means microbially non-treated polythene, is showing TG onset at 425. After treating with supercritical CO2 followed by microbial treatment, we have simply observed that the whole of the polythene is degraded. And we find that the degradation product either in the form of the oil or wax. This is our research projects. What we have done. This is our citation, our research group. And here is our reactor system. Again, it is showing on the image. This is our, various news in newspapers, in TV. So you can connect us through Scholarpedia, my contact us on Scholarpedia. So thanks for listening. Time is very short. Half an hour is not much sufficient to explain the things, to explain the technology, but I think listeners have got some concept of supercritical fluid, particularly carbon dioxide, how it can be utilized, and then how it can be used for material processing through green-friendly alternative. Once more, thank you for listening. Hello? Hello?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I am connected.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for the technical session 1. So, yes, sir. So we will have 3 tracks. Let us start with the track 1. I would like to introduce the track 1 jury member, Dr. E.S. Sharmila, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Johnson's Institute of Technology, Coimbatore.
Just a
Kindly
minute.
take over the session,
Yes,
ma'am.
sorry for interrupting. We'll create breakout rooms. After that, participants can join particular tracks.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, we'll create breakout rooms. So participants can join their respective tracks by clicking on breakout room option.
Hello. Hello.
Now
Hello.
participants are requested to click on breakout room option. It's like a windows like Windows mirror like. So by clicking on that, you can enter your respective session track 2 and track 3. Track 1 will be in main hall. And track 2 and track 3 participants, you have to join by clicking on breakout room option.
Hello, ma'am. It is showing track 1 and track 2. So which one is track 3?
I would like to repeat the instructions once again. The track 1 students remain here and the session will be breakout for the track 2 and 3. So kindly participants do join on their respective tracks and the presentation link will be shared in the chat box.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Shamila, Dr. Shamila, ma'am. Hello.
May I help you?
Ma'am, we are in track 1, ma'am. We joined,
Okay.
but now it comes like Ranjan Supra is inviting you to join track 2.
Yes, track 1 will be in main hall. That what we are in now. That is main hall means now inauguration is going on, na? In this hall we have our track 1.
Okay.
So those who are in track 2 and track 3, they has to click on breakout room option and join respective tracks.
Track 1, they will be in the main session.
Yes, track 1 will be in main session.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Savita, Ketija. Varshita, can we proceed the session or you need to give some instructions? Or?
Ma'am, can we wait for 2 minutes, ma'am, so that the students will go to the breakout room and they'll sort their things?
Okay.
Other participants are continuously joining now. Those who are in hosting the conference, please give repeated announcements because participants are joining now.
Dear participants, I would like to give the instructions again. So the track 1 students, please remain on the same forum. And the track 2 and track 3 students, click on the breakout room option and go to your respective breakout rooms. Dear participants, I repeat, so track 1 students just remain on the same forum. Track 2 and track 3 students, go to your respective breakout rooms.
Can we start the session? Gomadi ma'am, can we proceed the session, ma'am?
We can start the session.
Good afternoon, students. We'll start the session, technical session. So today you are going to present your papers on International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics to ICSTEM 2023. It's a virtual conference. So participants, you get ready with your PPT and you have to share your PPT. So first batch, you get ready.
One and all present here. We welcome you all for the first conference ICSTEM 2.2. Now, I wish to call upon our first batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 52532610 of IoT-based human animal conflict resolution system in agriculture. Going to present by co-author Arun Kumar C.
Sri Deepa and Arun Kumar, are you there? So we'll proceed with the next batch. So here we have Sudarshan batch. So Sudarshan and team, you join, share your PPT.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, your PPT is visible.
Slideshow, please.
You give slideshow.
Yes.
So, good afternoon, ma'am and sir. Our project is sterile browsing of radiology images using gestures. So, the authors are Sandeep J, Madan T, and Narmadi G. And our guide is Ms. R. Ashwini. So, Ms. R. Ashwini is an assistant professor, Department of CSE in Janssen Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, India. And the co-authors are UG students, Sudarshan B, Sandeep J, Madan T, and Narmadi GP, Department CSE, Janssen Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, India. Abstract. The interface employs a deep learning model to recognize hand gestures and translate them to intuitive commands for navigating through medical images. The system is designed to allow clinicians to browse and analyze images without the need to touch a physical interface, thereby reducing the risk of contamination in sterile environments. The results show that the proposed AI gesture interface can provide a safer and more efficient solution for medical image analysis. Objectives. The main objective of this project is to provide healthcare professionals with the new interface for interacting with radiology images that is more efficient and safer than traditional methods, thereby improving the quality and speed of patient care. Additionally, the project aims to contribute to the advancement of gesture recognition technology in medical imaging and inspire further research and development in this field to reduce the risk of infections by eliminating the need for a mouse or keyboard in operation room. Our problem definition is to reduce the potential risk of infection transmission in radiology workflows, lack of efficiency due to traditional inputs devices requiring physical contact, need for touchless and accurate interfaces for radiologists to interact with the medical images. Currently, there are more existing systems. I have picked only 3 existing systems, which is the most commonly used interface for analysis of radiology images is a physical keyboard and mouse. But they are difficult to sterilize in operation rooms. Frequent sterilization is necessary. A study conducted by Layet and team proposed a gesture-based interface for controlling a robotical surgical system, but it is not reliable. And also the using of voice commands for navigating the browsing images also not successful. So the first hand images is given as input and the hand detection happens and the images will be pre-processed and after that feature will be extracted. The exact command will be extracted. Modules we have speak gesture recognition module. Here the hand will be measured as index values. Based on the index values, changing the index values, we can manipulate the images. And second is the image processing and visualization model. The uploaded MRI images can be separated as arrays by using the image grid and pixel values. Through that, we can take the necessary images, necessary part of the image, particular point, such as zooming, panning, rotating, etc. And the user interface model, which is obviously necessary for all sectors, because without user interface model, we cannot interact with the system. And after that, integration model. These models will in this module we are integrating our software in mainly on computers and also TVs. Because in more operation theaters, they are using for large screen, so they are using TVs instead of monitors. So that's why the integration model, our project is supported. These are the results. We have uploaded.
Sudarshan. Sudarshan disconnected.
Disconnect time.
So we'll wait for 1
Ma'am
minute.
பேசா என்ன சொல்லுச்சு?
So Narmadi, you can continue now, your wish. Sudarshan team member, Narmadi, you can continue. Madan Narmadi.
என்ன சொல்றாங்க கேக்குதா உனக்கு?
So we can proceed with the next batch. So Renuka Devi batch is there, it seems.
Yes, ma'am.
I wish to come batch with the paper ID ICSTEM-23 Heart Attack Detection and Heart Rate Monitoring System. It's going to be presented by co-authors Renuka Devi K, Sandhya A, Sriram S, Suryanarayanan P.
Guys, you can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. I'm going to explain our project, heart attack detection and heart rate monitoring system. Authors.
Once again, ma, you give slideshow.
Yes, ma'am.
Proceed, ma.
Good afternoon, all. Ma'am.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. I'm going to explain about heart attack detection and heart rate monitoring system. Authors are Ashwini R, Assistant Professor CSC, co-authors Renuka Devi K, Sandhya, Sriram, Surya Narayanan. Our guide is Ashwini, Professor, Assistant Professor CSC.
Any issue over there because voice are breaking and presentation is also not going continuously. Any issue there?
Facing some technical issue.
I am not getting your voice also clearly.
Just a minute.
From your side or our side?
Ma'am, from your side, we are not hearing anything. It's very low voice. It's not louder too.
So, Renuka and team.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly join immediately. There out of time. You share the screen, share this presentation.
Please, session will go continuously without any interruption because it's on YouTube live streaming. For your concern, please go ahead with the presentation continuously.
May I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Audible. Continue. Proceed.
Yes, ma'am. In today's world, healthcare is given extreme importance nowadays each country. So this aspect, health monitoring system is the best solution for such as epidemic. Internet of Things is a new revolution of internet, which is the growing research area, especially in the healthcare. IoT monitoring of health helps in preventing the spread of diseases as well as to get a proper diagnosis of state of health, even if the doctor is at far distance. The main objective is to make health monitoring system that is, it measures body temperature, oxygen level, and heart rate. To design a system to store the patient data over a period of time using database management. To analyze of collected data of sensor. The another objective is to analyze these parameters to identify accurately the problem to give patient better cure as soon as possible, and this analyzed data can wirelessly transmit to the doctor anywhere in the world by using IoT and cloud. The system enables continuous and remote monitoring of patients' vital signs, allowing healthcare providers to detect and address health issues in a timely manner. It also provides patients with a convenient way to monitor their health and communicate with their healthcare provider. The use of ESP32 based IoT devices make the system cost effective, scalable, and easy deployable in various healthcare settings. Um, some of the merits are real-time monitoring, it is cost-effective, improved patient outcomes, remote monitoring, and data analysis. An existing system, there are some of the demerits. There are limiting processing power, limited memory, limited connectivity options, and sensor compatibility, user interface. These are some of the modules we have added in our project. So first of all, ESP32 microcontroller module. So ESP32 is one of the main IoT learning tools. This offers full Linux system on a small platform at very low price. ESP32 connects device, sensor, and actuators through GPIO pins. ESP32 is designed extremely with the integrated and antenna switches, control amplification, low noise amplifier, and filter, as well as power management modules. Next, the module 2 is voltage regulator. It's a positive 5-volt module. Is one of the most commonly used positive regulator in electronic circuits to lower down the voltage from the higher input voltage, and it provides a regulated output of positive 5 volt with the 2% of regulation. It is commonly used in regulated power supply as a current limiter in the certain application, constant 5 volt supply in many microcontroller sensors and electronic appliances, etc. Module 3 is temperature sensor. It is DS18B20 module. It's a it's a temperature sensor. It provides 9 to 12-bit temperature readings, which indicate the temperature of the device. Information is sent through over DS18B20 over one wire interface, so that only one wire need to be connected from the central processor to the temperature sensor. And it is heartbeat sensor, a SMAX 30100 module. The sensor is integrated pulse oximetry and heart rate monitor sensor solution. Small beam of light passes through the blood in the finger, measuring the amount of oxygen. It combines two LEDs, a photodetector, optimized optics, and low noise analog signal processing to detect pulse and heart rate signals. And it is OLED display. It's an organic light emitting diode. It's a type of display technology that is used in electronic devices such as television, smartphones, and smartwatches. OLED displays emit light on their own, resulting in better contrast, richer colors, and deeper blacks. OLED displays are made up of organic materials that are sandwiched between two electrodes. And last, buzzer is added. Buzzer is an electronic device used to generate alert sound. Here, the buzzer is used to alert the caretaker during the extreme condition. The sound indicates that the patient health is an immediate risk. Thus, nearest family members and caregivers are easily notified and help it to operate as a real-time patient monitoring system. The three metal fingers on the PCB contact with a disk, and a little transistor amplifier is on printed circuit board. We use the cloud computing mechanism to store information. This data can be stored safely over the time and can be accessed at any moment of time. Cloud processing is additionally helpful to keep update of patient. The body temperature parameter is so significant that doctor can easily predict the problem patient is going through, and also will save the time. The project is very helpful for the people living in remote areas and doesn't have access to the medical facilities. This can be signified as a small home clinic where you can just sit and get a regular checkup done. So these are the results. We can get mail from this device if the patient is abnormal. On this side, the readings are saved, collected in the cloud server. And upside, this is a OLED display which can be displayed the temperature, heartbeat, and oxygen level. Thank you.
One second. Yes, Renuga Devi. Are you audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, these types of facilities in IoT band types, it's already existing. Now, what is the advanced technology that you are using?
Ma'am, but band is very costly, ma'am. In rural areas, people cannot buy that band, or they doesn't have that much knowledge about that bands. This is like a kit where hot
Where you are
patient.
placing this kit?
Ma'am?
Where we should place in the kit? In the body, where in which place we have to keep?
This is kit. We can this is portable kit, but in body we cannot place it, ma'am. Just we can keep aside near the patients for regular monitoring. For especially this is for heart patients and elder peoples, ma'am.
What is the cost of this kit?
Nearly 5 to 6K, ma'am.
Then band is not that much costly, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever you told, everything is integrated. It's like a simple watch, simple band. Nowadays it's available.
Band, ma'am, it's that is I don't know. I'm not sure that gives accurate value, ma'am, in band.
How you can say yours product is, your model is giving accurate? Where you are giving that analysis? How you can prove that? Okay, and one more question. How we are integrating all the data in the cloud?
Ma'am, it is pre-programmed when kit is active. For every second, the information is going through the cloud server. We can see wherever, whatever the reading is calculated.
Okay, okay, Renuga aunty.
Okay.
The good presentation.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renuka Devi. It was a great presentation. Now, I am going to call upon the next page with paper ID ICSTEM-751604 IoT enabled real-time water quality surveillance system. It's going to presented by co-authors Dhanashri P, Gunashekar C, Hariprakash P, Jagadish V.
I can't able to screen share. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you can't share the screenshot.
Yeah,
right?
ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, you wait for some time.
Yeah.
Ms. Renuka Devi, kindly.
You wait for some time. And now, Shri Deepa, are you ready? Shri
Yes,
Deepa
ma'am.
and Arun Kumar, are you
Yeah.
able to present now?
Yeah,
Okay,
I can.
Yes.
I can present now, ma'am.
Okay, Shri Deepa and Arun Kumar. Now you can start. You can share your screen.
I wish to call upon our first batch with the paper ID ICSTEM-232610 IoT-based human-animal conflict resolution system in agriculture. Is going to presented by co-authors Arun Kumar C and Sri Deepa.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, you may proceed.
Okay, good afternoon to one and all. Today I am going. Is it audible?
Yes, Sri Deepa, you may proceed.
Okay, today I am going to present the presentation on my topic IoT-based human-animal conflict resolution in agriculture. Myself, Sri Deepa HS, Assistant Professor in Computer Science, College of Engineering, Adur, and the co-author is Arun Kumar C, Assistant Professor in ME, College of Engineering, Adur, Pathanamthitta, Kerala. And actually, this system is developed as a part of the project, and because nowadays most of the people come into farming, and this new trend may help to improve the economy. But The most of the farming fields were in threats of wild animals such as wild boar, elephants, monkeys, and other wild animals. So they will make huge loss to the crops as well as to the domestic animals, and the after effect of this conflict will result in the financial loss of to the farmers. So we decided to make this system for human animal conflict resolution. And this system, the presence of wild animals are detected using wireless sensor network and generates a sound alarm and also sends an alarm message to the clients of the system once that farmers or the clients registered to the system. And in this proposed system, a group of sensors such as ultrasonic sensor, HCSR04 and IR proximity sensors, DST1 and acoustic sensors were used to collect the various data which leads to the detection of the presence and movements of animals. And this collected data is processed using a Raspberry Pi based module and is used for processing the collected data and generating alarm and messages. A prototype model of the proposed system is developed and tested in a virtual environment by changing the temperature and that, and it gives the result with 85% of accuracy. And next to the introduction, that is the wild animals can easily stray into human habitation. And recently you all are familiar with the news that is the Arikomban who makes many problems to the human beings, and like that number of events were happening in our state. And so we are trying to develop such systems actually. So the surveillance and tracking are difficult in case of these animals, and as a safety of both human and animal is equally important, animal detection system is necessary in agricultural areas. To detect the main objectives of this system is to resolve the human animal conflict in agricultural lands using a wireless sensor network based system. And the next objective is to detect the wild animals in the attack prone agricultural lands during day and night, to present a system that has reliable and timely delivery of the data, and to give a safety measure for the agricultural land owners who are facing problems due to the wild animal attacks, and to implement a wireless sensor network based system for the detection of wild animals which can ensure more accuracy, to provide a warning alarms to the people about the entry of elements into their agricultural lands, and to provide notification to the authorities to take action against the entry of wild animals from forest to human habitat. And this we have to save our cultivation and other areas near to the forest. These are the major objectives. And the purpose and scope is gives safety measure for farmers having cultivations near forest areas and detect wild animals at far distance. And if the wild animals attack the agriculture fields, then the system can provide alarms and messages. And this is the system architecture we are used. Actually, first of all, the users have to register for this particular system, or then this system is installed in the field near the cultivation areas, and the sensors installed in the sensors or this kit is installed in the farming fields, and the sensors installed there will collect the data and send it to the Raspberry Pi. In Raspberry Pi, it will process the data, and if an animal like elephant, a pig, or some wild animals are detected, then it will send the first it will send an alarm message, that is an alarming sound, and they simultaneously it will send the messages to the farmers or the registered users and the authorized people. Then they can take a measure against them. This is the actual working of the system. And here we use the WSN and wireless sensor networks and SVM for classifying the animal, that is the animal detection, for the animal detection, and the sensors like ultrasonic sensor, temperature sensor, and acoustic sensor, vibration sensor, and IR proximity sensor. Actually, these IR proximity sensors are used for helping finding the animals in the day and both the day and night. And ultrasonic sensors are used for the obstacle detection, and this some seismic sensors are used to detect the vibrations when the animals are come into the field. Then on the results, actually we will first we are tested it with the mail IDs. That is when the situation is like the elephant or some animal is detected, then it will send to the registered mail ID that is given in the screen in the presentation, that is animal found. Then using the communication, wireless communication systems, the message is also sent to the devices, and then to the also it will generate some alarm messages too. And conclusion and scope of the system, conclusion and the future scope, the system is used to solve human-animal conflict in the agriculture field near the forest areas. Actually, it will gives the result approximately 85% accurate result in the virtual environment we are provided, and people can detect the presence of wild animals like the elephants, tigers, pigs, and monkeys through the alarms and notification in both day and night. And the system can be improved by developing a faster method to cover. That is, now we have developed this for a smaller area of field, of smaller area. So this can be improved by developing a faster method to cover the large area of land, including roads through the forest area, which will help the farmers through the forest area. That is, if there is a elephant is in the road, the farmers can be alarmed by the message. So this can be extended to a larger area by establishing enormous sensors in the road. And with the help of the machine learning models, with larger training data set, even the movement of animals with if the group of animals are moved, that can also be detected using the machine learning models. And a wider implementation can be used to detect animals when they stray into roads and areas near the forest. And some of the achievements, we got selected for the search project funded by APJ Abdul Kalam University, Kerala. They were funded for our project, and we are successfully completed the project and submitted the report and all, and we got the 50K for the prototyping. These are some of the references we are used. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have few questions, ma'am.
Okay.
While giving the notification to the farmers or whatever it may be, what is the coverage distance of human and the farmers and to the farm?
Farm, actually, if the distance is not an issue, because it sends the SMS, send us SMS and the mail, then it will get them SMS, then they will get the notification in their mobile. Okay, like so the distance is not an issue.
Animal comes means immediately the message will forwarded to the farmers or who is the authorized person. For them, the message, alert message will go. Like that.
Yeah, yeah.
At the moment, if they are not able to view the message or mail means,
okay, I also there is an alarming message will that means a beacon and an alarm sound will be produced in the field itself. Then if there is some people are there or some farmers are there in the field, they can be alert.
Okay.
Alert.
Okay. And how we are differentiating animals and humans? Some humans, they are coming and destroying the farms. Suppose if that scenario it comes means, how we can differentiate whether it's animal or any
Actually,
case of
the
case
major mainly the temperature sensors are used for identifying the differentiating the humans and animals, because the body of the animals will produce more heat than the human beings. Then that is also used for differentiating the human and animals. And in the future scope, we are specified that we can use the machine learning models to differentiate more accurately for humans and group of animals, etc.
Okay, now if elephant comes in, how you can give a notification like it's an elephant? Image processing concept you are using, huh?
Not the image process, not only the image processing, actually it uses the, that means there is a, we are using number of sensors for, and the sensors are deployed in the field. That is, there is a vibration sensor is there is a temperature sensor, humidity sensor, etc. there. So when a elephant is coming, the vibration is different from a pig, isn't it? So based on that intensity of vibration and temperature, it will differentiate it into elephant or pig,
What will be
like
the
that.
threshold we are fixing for elephant and tiger or any small animals?
Actually, that threshold value, there is a difference in the threshold value. Actually, we will get it from the some site actually for this elephant. It is this much, and actually I forgot about that
Okay.
particular value.
Okay, no problem, ma'am. Thank you. It's a nice presentation, and congratulations, you got a fund from government. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Srideepa. It was a nice presentation. Now, I am going to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 751604 IoT enabled real-time water quality surveillance system. It's going to presented by the co-authors Dhanashree P, Gunashekhar C, Hari Prakash P, Jagadish B.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Gunashekhar, now you share your screen.
Is my screen is visible?
Yeah, you may proceed.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Honored all present here. I'm going to present a topic on IoT-enabled real-time water quality surveillance system. My guide is Ms. Ashwini R, and also she is author, assistant professor of computer science engineering, and co-authors are Dhanashree P and myself, Gunashekhar C, and Hari Prakash P, and then Jagadish V. Then coordinator, Dr. Veladam A, professor and head of computer science engineering. It's abstract. Abstract is to the main objective of the abstract is detect and analyze the water quality parameter in real time. Then also we have a 17 sustainable goal, everyone knows, and for that sixth is a clean water and sanitization. In that the water should be not polluted, and then water should be clean, and it should be able to drink water or used to some other purpose. And then second comes 14th sustainable goal of life below water. In that life below water, there are many lives in underwater, like fishes and some other plants, any etc. It should not be affected in any other situations, like if the ship is crashed or some other means, if the petrols are many things are shipped from the ship only, it may be affect the environment and it will cause the water pollution. It should not be there. So we have analyze the quality of water resources, and then the spread of pollutants, and minimize the impact of the environment. Then here comes the existing and proposed system. The existing systems are data collected by the devices can be affected by several factors, like maybe the sensors or less accuracy, and some environmental conditions may be differ from one place to another place. And the sensor should be calibration, and the situation of the location, it may be from far away to the server and the receiver side. So we can use some other good quality of the devices and sensors. Then power supply is a main disadvantage to make the device are active, and should be less consumption of energy. Then in this we can develop efficiency, accurate data parameter, and enhance the continuous power supply to the objective. Here comes the proposed system. The proposed system to IoT based product, and water pollution monitoring system also. The quality of the water should not be compromised, and it should be make the same level, and it should not be vary from one to another. Like already I said that the sensor should be in the calibrated, and should be the with very accurate values should be mentioned. And then the monitoring should be in the continuously seamless connection. It will update the parameters of the values by a certain limit of time. It like 1 minute once, like that it should be updated in the application or some other web. Then it should be the better connectivity to the devices, so we can use the internet of these things to make the accuracy of the sensor predictions. And then here comes the merits and demerits. Merits are the real-time collection of data. That data should be at the real time, like live values. We can see the live values, what now it's a value, like that. And then it can be from anywhere in the world. It may be far away. It's no problem. And also this product is a cost effective, which is a very compact and easy to carry, like that. Installation process are easy. And demerits are the limited area coverage, and so we can able to sort out the things that and then it requires a stable power supply. So we can get us some accurate values, and at the live values and all. Then security risk. It may can see the some other people can also able to see and access. So we should be need to use the security purposes and security risk. And next regular maintenance. We should able to maintain that product regularly, and the technical expertise should be able to see the monitor that system, and they should be always check that the product is untested. They should be tested, that product. Then the block diagram. This is a block diagram which is a node MCU and LCD display, MQ2 sensor, dust sensor, and pH sensor, turbidity sensor, TDS sensor, and then water level. I will explain this about next slide. Module 1. As per the our block diagram LCD display, we should display the values of the sensors, which are water level sensor, TDS sensor, and some other sensors are. So it can be able to see the hardware, and if the connection is also failed, we can able to see in that LCD display itself. Then this LCD display is made up of a lot of closely spaced LCDs, and then the diodes work together to create an image on a display by individual adjusting their brightness. We can able to modify the brightness, and also we can configure the LCD display pixels according to the code. And then module 2, water level sensor. This will be fluctuate of liquid, how the liquid will be fluctuation. It may be very reduced amount of water, or it may be full high level of water. So we can able to see that what level is in the situation, and it can be measured. Then the liquid how the liquid is measured means specific depth and gravity of the sensor. Then TDS sensor. The TDS sensor will able to see the clarity of liquid. The TDS also can measure the salt of the water. TDS means total dissolved solids. It will be the solution, and TDS meter detects the solution conductivity and infer the from the value. Then module 4, a pH sensor, alkalinity or acidity. It measures the pH level, and like which is acidity or basic in nature, like that. H plus ions can be detected glass membrane at the end. This sensor is contained 2 rods, which is you can able to see that image. It can measure the water level of pH, and it shows the values in the display, and it will tell that pH level 0 to 10. Then turbidity sensor. Turbidity sensor is frequently measured with the electronic handheld meter. These 2 components make this sensors, like a light source and a detector. It is a light source, and detector calculates how much light is dispersed and suspend particles. It will be density. It will analyze the density of water, and it will show the values. Dust sensor, it will be the more particles or molecules. Yeah, dust sensor just show the optical sensing the measure or the dust particle concentration. The device has an optically organized photosensor and an IR light emitting the diode. Then dust monitoring system continuously tracking the particle emission through the filtration system and notify the levels which configured in the code part. Then MG2 sensor. MG2 sensor is it detects the toxicity of the water if any gases or leakage in the some areas, like if ship is crashed and the gases are leaking, or some other liquid or making gas or toxic gases in any other areas, it will measure, like LPG or methane, carbon monoxide, and other toxic gases. Sensing the component comes into the touch with the gas, the resistance of the component changes. And semi-resistor is another name of MQ2 gas sensor. The detection of gas uses in variation in resistance value. And then here output. These are the 6 sensors we are used, and the display shows the T is turbidity, which is 2726. You can see the rightmost bottom corner, and the TD means TDS sensor, which is 28, and then pH is 14, and then gas is 00. That means there is no toxicity gas around there. And then D means dust sensor, 25. Around the dust is about 25. If the level is increased or some other means, it will give the notification to the Blink app. Blink app is a IoT device freely available, and this app is lightweight, and we can use free, and we can authorize some users up to 2 persons for free edition. Then conclusion. IoT-based water quality surveillance system offers a comprehensive and approach to monitoring water quality in real time using water quality parameter, enables a quick and accurate detection of contaminant in water bodies that make the to easier the appropriate measure to prevent the further pollution. Finally, an IoT-based water quality surveillance can play a crucial ensuring water security and sustainability by monitoring water quality, identifying the potential source of pollution. Authorities can take a proactive measure and protect the conserve the water resource of our future generation and future enhancement. Developing the things more accurate to enhance the efficiency of the system include ensuring the data to be very accurate so that we can able to detect the pollution at the each time and it will keep the waterborne disease away. And continuous internet connectivity will provide to the devices to ensure the real-time monitoring system, and regular maintenance and testing should be done by the expertise and less complexity design and system implementation. Thank you. Also the sensor is cost around we have made a like 15,000. It may be vary from one sensor to another sensor. If the quality should be increased, then the cost of the material should also increase.
Okay, Gunashekhar, it's a good presentation. I have few questions.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, you tell me what are the applications where and all we can use your system?
We can use like
Oceans,
oceans.
domestic or
We can use anywhere, ma'am. Like mainly we can use in ocean side and river side. Ocean side we can save the underwater lives like fishes and some other things.
ocean
But
means how you can maintain the pH value? How generally, how will you measure the pH value if you are using your application in ocean?
ma'am, we are just monitoring, no, ma'am. We no need to.
What you are monitoring?
Ma'am, we just monitoring and showing that.
No.
Yes,
You are
ma'am.
using all the sensors.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you are using that pH sensor means in ocean means what is the purpose of using in ocean?
Ma'am,
Salted
if the something acidic or some other things are polluted means we can able to see that the toxic or not like that, ma'am.
In ocean means it will be salty water, no?
Yes, ma'am. Also, if the person is wantedly polluting means we can able to see that acidic nature or basic nature or some other things, so ma'am. By identifying
How
that,
you can
ma'am.
how you are using, so in your ocean where will you place, how you can use your kit
System, ma'am, is
the system, how you can utilize in running water? So
we
if
can
it is close
able
water
to
means,
locate. We can able to locate at a particular point. Is already some other.
point in running water, how will you locate? So you told river, ocean and all, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So who will carry that? So if it is close to water means like lake or small pond means you can fix it or something, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if it is running water like ocean, river, na, how
Yes,
will
ma'am.
you manage that? How will you test that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure about ocean, but at the ocean, we have some.
Ocean we are using application, no?
Yes, ma'am. We have some other ideas like if the particular point or boundaries we can able to install, ma'am.
That was you fix your boundary.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Generalized you can't say. You fix
Okay,
your
ma'am.
boundary,
Sure,
then you
ma'am.
can utilize. And you told using water parameters means you
Yeah.
have to freeze the parameters. What parameters and all you are using?
Ma'am, it may be vary from one environment to other environment, ma'am. So we can't fix it.
But you can't fix means your kit is fixed, no? Your prototype, your model is fixed one. That will
Yeah,
support only certain parameters. So if
yeah,
it is
ma'am.
varying, how will you manage with your model?
Yeah, if for example, we have coded like if the gas sensor is above 20 means it will give the notification like that we have fixed, ma'am. And also the
Threshold you are fixing for each and every sensor.
yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Like for example, for gas sensor, we have fixed for that.
Okay. Okay, Guna. Good presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunashekar. It was a great presentation. Now, I am going to call upon our fifth batch with the paper ID ICSTEM-23 of classification of natural disaster using A&M. Is going to be presented by the co-authors Benisha M, Jodis S, Swethen M, Sri Purna S. Iyer.
Guys, are you ready? Benisha?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Go to the first slide. Okay. It's in conclusion. You give slideshow. You give slideshow. Start from the first slide.
Am I audible? Good evening.
Yes,
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Benisha.
You give slideshow, Benisha. You give slideshow and you start presentation.
Crop selection, fertilizer prediction, and
My PPT is about classification of natural disaster using AI or ML. My author is Ms. A. Pravina. Co-authors are Sri Purna S. Iyer, Shwetanyam, Benisha, myself, and Jyoti. And my guide is Ms. A. Pravina, ma'am.
Based on the same set of
Miss Benisha, are you there? Miss Benisha, you are kindly unmute your.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, Benisha, you may proceed.
My abstract is about the natural disaster present serious risk to infrastructure, the environment, and human life. For successful disaster management response, natural disaster must be classified quickly and accurately. AI and ML approaches have effective tools for categorizing and forecasting natural disaster in recent years. This paper describes how to train ML systems to categorize natural disasters like earthquakes, wildfires, and floods using historical and real-time data. Early warming systems, effective resource allocation, disaster response planning, and post-disaster evaluation are all of advantages of AI or ML-based classification. The problem definition of my project is natural disasters not only disturb the human ecological system but also destroy the properties and critical infrastructures of human societies. Whereas researchers have applied many deep learning techniques to detect and classify natural disasters. However, the detection of natural disasters still faces issues due to complex and imbalanced structures of images. To tackle this problem, we propose a multi-layer deep CNN. The existing system of natural classification of natural disaster is that two systems. One is Google Wi-Fi detection system, and the other is USGS earthquake early on warming system. And the Google Wi-Fi detection system is to analyze satellite imagery and detect potential wildfires. to detect natural disaster. USGS ethical warming detection. The system uses ML algorithms to analyze seismic data in real time and provide alerts to potential earthquake events. The drawbacks of my project is limited data availability, data equality and accuracy, lack of real-time data, cost and resource requirements. The architecture diagram. This diagram represents here the image data and the data be pre-processing and the data be trained. After training, we have to test the data using CNN algorithm and evaluate and after evaluating the data, we want to feed into the AI model and the frames from video that predict what kind of disaster is. Here some of the modules. First is data collection. This module is responsible for collecting relevant data from various resources such as sensor data, social media posts, meteorological data, etc. The collected data may need to be cleaned, pre-processed, and transmitted needed for further analysis. The second model is model training. We have to train the model. This model is responsible for training the AI model using the pre-processed data and extracted features. This could involve using various machine learning algorithms such as CNS, RNS, SVMS, decision trees, etc. Third module is model evaluation. After training the model, we want to evaluate the data. This model involves evaluating the performance of the trained models using appropriate evaluation metrics such as accuracy, precision, recall, FI score, etc. This stuff helps to assess the effectiveness of the trained models in classifying natural disaster accurately. The final model is to deploy the deployment of the data. Once the trained models are evaluated and found to be effective, they can be deployed for real-time classification of natural disaster. This could involve the integrating the trained models into a production system such as a web application, API or other operational environments. Here the result. Here the predicted disaster is cyclone. The result of the project. In conclusion, the use of ML techniques for the classification of natural disasters has shown promising results in recent years. With the availability of large amounts of data and advances in deep learning algorithms, these techniques can be leveraged to accurately detect and classify natural disasters, enabling faster and more effective response to emergencies. These systems have been tested on various types of disasters such as flood, wildfires, earthquakes, and have demonstrated high accuracy rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Benisha. Kana, where you have collected the data set, ma'am?
Ma'am, we collected in various websites, ma'am.
Website na any particular name?
And there is no particular name, ma'am. Like we go Google and search for the exact like earthquake pictures, and we started collecting that thing.
Okay, for training, how many images you have given?
Ma'am, I think there is we took 4 disasters, ma'am. Like it comes around, I think, 1,300 images, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. How many hidden layers you have maintained in the network?
And I think there is no hidden layers, I guess.
Hidden layer, you are using a CNN algorithm, no? In that you will be having one input layer, output layer, some hidden layers will be there. How
yes,
many
ma'am.
hidden layers you have maintained?
Ma'am, I think I have to go through the code to tell, ma'am. Can I have?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Benisha and Mr. Shweta.
Thank you, sir.
It was a wonderful presentation. Now, I am going to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM-239710 IoT-based Smart Agriculture Monitoring System. Is going to be presented by co-authors Bharat Narayanan S, Bharati A, Kavipriya R, and Kirtana K. Mr. Bharat Narayanan.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Kavipriya. Ms. Benisha, kindly stop your presentation.
Benisha?
Okay. Ms. Kavipriya, you can carry on.
Good morning to everyone. Now I am going to share the PPT about IoT-enabled smart farming application, and the authors are Dr. A. Velayudham and co-authors are Bharati A, Bharatnarayanan, Kavipriya and Kirtana. Abstract. Smart farming adapts the advanced technology to increase the amount of production, and the goal is to reduce the impact on the environment. Smart farming refers to the use of the advanced technology such as sensors, drones, and machine learning algorithms to optimize the agriculture production. The data is then used to planting, fertilization, and harvesting. The data is to provide the insight and recommendation to the farmers on how to optimize their farming practices. An increased number of FMIs now adapt the Internet of Technology to optimize the target business goals. Existing systems for smart farming includes the various technologies and systems: sensor technology, precision agriculture, drones and aerial imaging, machine learning and artificial intelligence, and the drones and the aerial imaging technologies are used to monitor the crop health and identify areas of stress or a disease. The data is then used to target treatment and optimize crop yields. Drawbacks: complexity, high initial investment cost, security concern, and dependence of technology. There is also risk that could lead to the increased energy consumption and other environmental impacts. Proposed solution: environmental monitoring. Deploying IoT sensors to collect data on temperature, humidity, light sensitivity, soil moisture, and other environmental factors can help farmers make data-driven decisions about planting, harvesting times, irrigations, and fertilizations. Crop health monitoring. Using image recognition technology and machine learning algorithms, farmers can detect early signs of crop disease or the nutrition deficiencies. Automated irrigation. An IoT-based irrigation system can monitor the soil moisture levels and automatically adjust water flow to optimize crop growth while reducing water waste. Sensors and data collection. Deploying sensors to collect data on soil moisture, temperature, humidity, and other environmental factors is crucial for effective smart farming. Description: IoT-enabled smart farming is a smart farming approach that utilizes the Internet of Things technology to optimize and automate various farming operations. This technology helps farmers monitor and control the farm operations remotely using sensors, cameras, and other devices connected to the internet. The collected data is analyzed using the analytical tools and algorithms to provide the actionable insights, improve crop yields, and reduce waste. This is our block diagram. From which we are using for 5 sensors. We are using soil moisture sensor, temperature, humidity, color sensor, and IR animal detection sensor, which are connected to the node MCU board. And we are using the motor and LCD light. Merits:
increased efficiency in agriculture product, time consumption is less, reduced environmental impact, labor implementation can be decreased. Conclusion, agriculture are gradually being replaced and enhanced for more sophisticated and accurate digital and electronic device. A high percentage of agriculture revenue is low to the power loss, incorrect methods of practicing. This is reduced by the use of smart sensors. The proposal is to perform the agriculture in smart and more effective way. In addition, this method advocates for the use of the Internet of Things. Internet has enabled the agriculture crop monitoring easy and efficient to enhance the productivity of the crop and hence the profits of the farmers. Different sensors are collected the information of the crop condition and environmental changes, and this information is transmitted to the network to the farmer that initiates corrective actions. Further enhancement, smart farming systems can be powered by the renewable energy sources such as solar or wind energy, reducing dependence on the soil fuels and lowering the greenhouse gas emissions. Integration of blockchain technology, use of edge computing, increase of renewable resources, and integration of advanced data analytics. This is our result, and this is our hardware kit. We are collecting data from the sensors and passing it to the node MCU board with the help of the power deployment board. Values will be displayed from the node MCU board to the blink app. This is our blink app. With the help of the Python code, we have implemented a blink app, and this is our output. If the moisture content of the soil is very less, if the moisture content of the very low, the motor will be turned off. According to the moisture level of the soil, the motor will be turned on. If the soil moisture content is high, there is no need to switch on the motor. If the adequate amount of the water is high, the motor will be turned off. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Which machine learning algorithm you're using for monitoring the crop health?
Yes.
Ma'am, no, ma'am.
Like have used in the crop health monitoring module, you are mentioning machine learning algorithms. Can you say particularly which algorithm you are using? May I go to the slide of crop health, the module slide. Slide number 10. The previous one, module split up where you have given. Beginning of the slides. Slide 6. The proposed solution. Here the crop health monitoring using image recognition and machine learning mentioned. Which algorithm you are using?
No, ma'am. We are not using any machine learning algorithms or any specific algorithms for monitoring crop.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kavipriya. It was a wonderful presentation. Now, I am going to call upon our next batch with paper ID ICSTEM-23 Sterile browsing of radiology imaging using gestures. It's going to be presented by the co-authors V. Sudarshan, J. Sandeep, T. Madan, G. P. Narmadi. Mr. Sudarshan. Mr. Sudarshan and team, are you there? Mr. Sudarshan,
Yeah.
are you ready to present your presentation?
Can I get a 5 minutes?
Okay, take. Mr. Sudarshan, ready with your presentation? Once you finish this next presentation, you will be next. Now I am going to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 056174, predicting the university eligibility using data science, that are going to presented by the co-authors Shruti PG, Vino S, Mayal Kannan L, Sindhuja V.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Arul Kumar. Let me just quickly share my screen. Yes, I hope I'm audible and the presentation is visible. Hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, this is Shruti PG. So along with me, I also have my other authors, co-authors, that is Mr. Vino S, Mr. Mayakan L, Ms. Sindhuja V, and under the guidance of Ms. Savita R, Assistant Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, we have come across and developed this conference paper named Predicting the University Eligibility Using Data Science. So just like the name suggests, I would say our product seems just the same, predicting the university eligibility, especially for the master's student, but we are also working on the undergraduate student. And this is all done using data science, which comes under machine learning. So let's get started. The first one is going to be biography. So, just forget about the content over here. If I have to give you a brief about what this is, why we have taken this particular paper as a conference, and why we are focusing more on this particular problem is because let's say a scenario that these days a lot of students who are willing to pursue masters or even higher studies abroad, it could be anything, even a polytechnic, they are not finding enough resources online. Yes, we have some resources, but those are not enough for them to decide where they are eligible to get into and what kind of procedure they need to follow, what kind of profile they need to have as a student in order to get admitted into such universities. So this is also because of the manual work which is being done by the consultancies. Yes, students, they reach out to the consultancies, but again, even they are not sure about a student's profile. You might have 10 on 10 and yet still get rejected at some places. It's quite unaware of it. So because of this, there are so many confusions among students, and a lot of research has to be taken from the student side and also the family side. And approximately estimated, it takes almost like 2 years in order to do that. So this is a major problem that even I personally faced it, and also my authors also personally are facing it right now. And that is why we have come up with this particular concept. So our abstract is going to be pretty simple, and that is, so we have already spoke about data science, right? So this product is being developed using data science and machine learning algorithm. So the particular algorithm that we are going to use for this particular model is KNN algorithm, which means K nearest map algorithm. So many people these days, many products or institutions, they do not use this yet. I wonder why. Because if I have to give you one simple example, that would be Netflix. So Netflix is a great platform where you will be recommended with multiple movies, series and things like that according to your need. So just like the example, KNN is nothing but a simple recommendation algorithm, which means, let's say there is one point on one side and there is also another point on another side. So you give one particular point, okay? The KNN algorithm sees and check which point is more suitable for this particular point that you're providing to it. And it gives you, or it just places that point over either one of the sites, which is more suitable and which is more recommended. So that is how KNN works. I've just explained in simple terms. Yes, it gets deeper than that, but yeah. So, moving across from the abstract, if I have to describe about a product, it's just going to be a web application, which means the web app is going to ask for the student's scores. For example, let's say if I'm going for undergraduation, I need to provide necessary scores such as my 9th mark, 10th mark, 11th mark, etc. And if I have to pursue my master's, then I have to provide my CGPA, English proficiency test scores and things like that. So all these scores are being uploaded from the user's end to the algorithm, to the website. So now what happens is that this website, it takes this particular data to the backend. So the backend is already, I would say, backed up by one set of data, which has, I would say, the previous students who have got into particular universities, right? So we also already have those kind of data there. So it just checks our new data to those data, and it gives out whether, gives out the amount of chance we have in order to get into that particular university. So that's how it works. That's how the product works. And this is a very brief introduction about it. Now, what is our novelty? So we have two novelties over here. The first one is going to be our product itself, the idea itself, because yes, we have so many resources, like I mentioned before, out there. We have so many applications coming up and things like that. But none of the applications or none of the institutions are focusing on, solving this particular problem. And that is to tell you the chances for you to get into a particular university. So we wanted to solve that. So the idea itself is quite a new term. According to the higher education pursue things like that. The second novelty is going to be the algorithm itself. The other applications right now, they kind of do it manually because most of them are usually consultancies. So the manual work is being eliminated over here. Yes, of course, we need people from data science department or data science background to back up the application. But again, from the user's end or the process itself is not going to be it's not going to involve any manual work at all. So both of these are core novelty. So what is the methodology? How are we, developing this product? Is the first thing is, of course, it's going to be data collection and pre-processing. The very biggest, I would say, trouble that we have as this team is just to collect the data, scrapping, mining, things like that. So as long as we have strong set of data which provides good value, we are good to go. So once the data collection is over, we proceed to the ideation process and design process. So we kind of understand how it goes and what kind of process that we need to take care of as a team in order to develop this product, and also the design from the low fidelity wireframes to high fidelity wireframes. We will be developing the design of the application before giving it to the development team. So the third one is going to be the model selection and evaluation. So this comes under the data science. So you kind of, once the product is over, once the, I would say the development is over, you kind of like, I would say just connect everything together and you start the model selection and evaluation. You kind of see how accurate your algorithm is and what kind of methods you can do to improve the accuracy and the prediction value. And the fourth one, of course, the final one is going to be the deployment and monitoring. I would say this is the easiest one. But again, the monitoring, that would take a lifetime process. As long as we have the product live, monitoring takes place. What kind of impact our product is going to give to the society? The very first I mentioned before again is that it will reduce the confusion of the students. So even myself, I've been facing this particular problem and I see many people around me facing the same thing. And trust me or not, I'm still confused regarding few things. And we can reduce this confusion and kind of give a sense of clarity to the students or anyone who's trying to pursue masters or any higher education. And then, of course, the greater understanding of minimum criteria. The many resources that you find out there just tells you that this is the criteria that you need to, get into a particular university. But again, that is not something which will guarantee you to get into it, right? So yes, you will know the minimum criteria, but what is the actual minimum criteria that the admission process, the people over there over the desk are looking forward to? And of course, a system that keeps improving as time passes by. So KNN algorithm, I will be honest with you, it's not something which is perfect at the beginning of the time itself. KNN, it gets better and better as the time passes by, as we give more data into it. And yes, that is exactly what we call as machine learning, right? It's learning by itself. So we have chosen a system that will improve by itself as time passes by, as we give a good, valid data into it. So this is the code. Of course, we are like importing things. This is done over the Jupyter notebook, the backend part of it. As you can see, yes, this is the code. I'll show you the result of it, because if I have to explain each line, that's going to take a lot of time. So we have our scores here. We have given few scores below, as you can see. And once that is done, you can see the accuracy right now. And trust me or not, this is the accuracy we got with just 1 week of training the data, which is 53% is pretty good. And as you go on, I would say within like 3 to 6 months, that accuracy rate is just going to skyrocket in no time. So 53% accuracy right now is pretty good with just 1 week of time. And the HTML, CSS, we will be taking care of it. That is a normal part of it. And the output is going to be like this. I'll just show you the demonstration. We have a prototype. So what is the cost estimation? First thing first, of course, the users, they need system in order to, I would say, just use the product itself. And of course, active internet connection. You cannot use it without internet connection product. What about our product from our end, from the company's end? That would be the trained employees. You cannot build something or maintain something without good employees. And then you might need server, domain systems, network connections. And of course, a very, very, very powerful systems is needed for this in a long term. So before getting to conclusion, I'll just show you the product. So this is the prototype that we have selected. Yeah, so you can find the right university details, right universities, right courses, and admit chances. And yeah, so no universities will fall out of. And by the way, we have named our product as Palkalai. It is a beautiful Tamil word called, which means higher education. So yes, this is a landing page. And once you're like, signed up, it'll get you to, yes. So you can see this. So if I want to pursue post-graduation, I'll just have to click here. You have to give details over here. And once you submit it, it's taking a while. Yes, it's predicting the chances. So the algorithm is working here right now. That's what you're seeing. This is what you get, right? So this is, let's say for University of Windsor, I get like 82% of chance and etc. And if I want to know more about this particular university, I have to click here and that's it. I can know more the, the courses which are being offered and things like that. And yes, this is how the prototype is. So in conclusion, if I have to just sum it up with simple words, that would be the first thing. We are solving a problem, right? And that problem is to make the students get more relaxed in terms of their hunt for higher education, right? And the second one is going to be the improvement of algorithm over time. So we cannot do manual work for like a decade or so. We have to improvise in our algorithm itself, and that is the reason why we chose KNN. And the third one, expand the curious factor. Let's say if I have this kind of a product, so many people, like more people want to just look into it and pursue, in fact, or maybe try pursuing their dream of studying abroad. And the fourth thing is going to be save a lot of money. So this is not going to cost you a lot. Yes, it might cost you a little bit, but instead of like reaching out to consultancies and things like that, this would save up pretty much. So yes, that is the conclusion of this. The appendix, we have just got the the details regarding the algorithm over some papers like this and over Wikipedia as well. So yes, thank you so much for giving these opportunities. Thank you from all of my teammates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shruti. Why you are particularly choosing KNN algorithm,
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we did experiment with other algorithms as well, but honestly, like we wanted something which will get better over time by itself, and KNN seemed a pretty good idea because like the example that I mentioned before, the Netflix itself, the recommendation is quite strong these days, but it was not so like a couple of years back. I think if people have used it, they would tell the same. So we wanted that kind of strength, that kind of the complexity which would come as a good usability from the user's end in the long term. So that is the reason why we chose it.
Okay. Okay, Tisha. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Shrudichi. It was a wonderful presentation. Now, I am going to call upon our next batch with paper ID ICSTEM-23 of sterile browsing of radiology images using gestures. It's going to be presented by the co-authors V. Sudarshan, J. Sandeep, T. Madan, G.P. Narmadi.
Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience caused. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. So let me just share my screen.
Sudarshan, would you please share your presentation?
Yeah, just a minute. Am I audible? Okay. Our project is sterile browsing for radiology images
Sudarshan?
using
Mr. Sudarshan?
Yeah, am I audible?
Kindly slide show your presentation.
Yeah, it's already I'm sharing. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, Sudarshan, you may proceed.
Once again, sorry for the inconvenience happened. My project is sterile browsing of radiology images using gestures. Author Ms. R. Ashwini and co-author Sudarshan B, Sandeep J, Madan P, and Narmati GP. And so the author and the guide is Ms. Ashwini R. She is an assistant professor, Janssen Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, India. And co-authors Sudarshan B, Sandeep J, Madan T, Narmati GP, UG students, the Department of CSE, Janssen Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, India. Our abstract, The interface employs a deep learning model to recognize hand gestures and translate them into intuitive command for navigating through medical images. The system is designed to allow clinicians to browse and analyze images without the need to touch a physical interface, thereby reducing the risk of contamination in sterile environments. The results show that the proposed AI gesture interface can provide a safer and more efficient solution for medical image analysis. This is the objectives of our project. The main objective of the project is to provide healthcare professionals with a new interface for interfacing with radiology images that is more efficient and safer than traditional methods, thereby improving the quality and speed of the patient care. Additionally, the project aims to contribute to the advancement of gesture recognition technology in medical imaging and inspire further research and development in this field. It also has an objective to reduce the risk of infection by eliminating the need for a mouse or keyboard, because using mouse and keyboard in operation systems can increase the risk of spreading diseases. And the problem definition of a project is to reduce the potential risk of infection transmission in radiology workflows, lack of efficiency due to traditional inputs devices requiring physical contact, need for touchless and accurate interfaces for radiologists to interact with medical images. There are many existing systems. I have taken only 3 existing systems. The first one is using a physical keyboard and mouse. As I said before, using physical keyboard and mouse can cause infections, spreading of infections. So, and also frequent sterilization is required. And Professor Lee et al. Conducted a study based on gesture interface by using a robotical surgical system, but it is not reliable. Browsing of MRI images using voice commands is also not successful in noisy environments. This is a black diagram. In this diagram, first the hand images is detected, and the images contain unstructured data. Those data are pre-processed and the feature is extracted. The hand recognition is recognized, and the commands will be taken in the gesture dictionary, which we are previously added before. And based on the required hand gestures, the required image command will be generated. And we have split our projects into 4 modules. The first module is gesture recognition module. In this module, the hand gestures will be captured by using an index values. Using a HD camera, the HD camera captures the hand gestures as an index values. If the index value changes, and the machine will be predict according to the images. And the second module is image processing and visualization. In this module, the radiology images will be displayed, and the image will be processed based on grids. The selected necessary grid will be selected, and the other grids will be eliminated, such as zooming, panning, rotating are some examples. And user interface model. User interface model is necessary for every application to run, because as a developer, we know what kind of code we have done and how to execute them. But for an outsider or a customer, product vendors, so they will need a user interface model to interact with the software. And the fourth module, last module, is integration module. So in this integration module, we are integrating our software in various systems and ensuring the system is compatible and gives an optimal performance. So it will be responsible for testing the system in clinical testing, collecting feedback from the users, and incorporating feedbacks into future design iterations. Results. The first image displays shows that we have brightened after uploading MRI images, and shows and gives an accuracy prediction of about 97%. And the second image is we have given for an hospital environment for performing surgeries. Of course, it is the basic motto of our project. So it just we have tested it successfully, and the results are on the screen. Conclusion, I conclude by saying that the operation rooms and the hospital environment is no need to be sterilized after surgery by using our product. That is less contamination of this disease in operation room. The security and privacy of the patient data must be our top priority. All the data will be secured. The development of accurate and reliable gesture recognition algorithms all present significant challenges. However, frequent testing and training is necessary. By increasing the percentage of training and testing models, we can increase the efficiency and accuracy of medical image analysis and diagnosis. Thank you.
Okay, it's a good presentation.
Thank you.
I have certain questions.
Yeah,
like, what are the gesture algorithm? What gesture algorithm you are using, Sudarshan?
We have used a CNN algorithm, convolution neural network, to predict the hand gestures.
So, like, you are capturing the gestures, no?
Yes, ma'am.
What you are doing with that gesture?
We are capturing the gestures by using an OpenCV. It's an Python library, ma'am. It captures the hand movements, ma'am. We have already trained the model by using previous hand gesture data sets, ma'am. So based on the training, our hand gestures will be captured as images, and it will be compared and evaluated, ma'am. On successful prediction, it will give the necessary command.
So based on the instructions, like you start operation, likewise some commands, some gestures you are collecting. What
Yes, ma'am.
type of gestures, for example?
Like panning, like swiping the hand and rotating the hand for rotating the images, and for bringing the hand near to the camera, it will zoom, ma'am. If we bring the hand away from the camera, it will zoom out, like that.
Okay. So in rotation means 360-degree rotation is possible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 360-degree rotation is possible, ma'am. By rotating the hand, the way we are rotating our hand, the image will be rotated accordingly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sudarshan.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now I call upon the next team with paper ID ICSTEM-240865 of paper title Smart Medcare Kit using IoT for autarkic persons. Co-authors are Sai Balaji SM, Satish B, Shaktivel S, and Sridharan R.
Sai Balaji. Sai Balaji, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon to honorable present here. My project title is Smart Medcare Kit using IoT for autarkic persons. Autarkic means it is related to a meaning that it is self-dependent, independent person. The elder persons and the visually challenged peoples to take their medications at proper time. It can be achieved by tracking their medications, like their dosages and time. And there is already a kit called pill dispenser, which mainly focuses on medication dosage rather than the other medications like time, date, and medicine names, etc. And it doesn't provide voice commands for the alert of the medication. And this is a proposed system which has all the advanced features like voice command alert, and it notifies the person who taking care of them. And it is mainly focused for the visually challenged because they unable to see what the medicines to be taken. Hence, by the use of voice command, they can able to know that what the medicines to be taken, and they can be taken at proper time. And these are the modules that we are using. Node MCU, which is used for connecting with the mobile app, and it monitors the medications at proper interval of time. And IR sensors, this is used to check for the quantity of medicines and acknowledge the kit whether the medication is taken or not. And speaker command medicine name and LED display. It displays the medicine name and the time and what dosage is to be taken. And APR 9600. It is a kit which is used to trigger the voice message to the speaker. Hence, the voice alert is being got from the speaker. It gives the alert as take when the medicine name. Battery, it provides necessary power to the entire kit. Potentiometer, it is used to adjust the voltages for the kit. And keypad, it is used when the medication is not taken. And this is a kit, and this is a mobile app. In this app we can type what medicine name and what time is to be taken. And this is our kit on the right side. And in future we may integrate it with machine learning so that it can be used widespreadly. And it has merits like elder persons can take medicines at proper time without any others take care. And it also be used for visually challenged people with voice commands. And drawbacks is that if it is used by the normal people, then they may become lazy. And it requires internet connection, and it requires charge for the entire kit. And in conclusion, we can say that voice command so that some people may ignore when the text is displayed. When the voice command comes, then everyone may get to know what the medicines to be taken. And that's it. Thank you. And these are the output images. This is the alert message on the right, which displays with the medicine name. And these are the conditions, whether the medicine is being taken, not taken, and if the battery is low.
Okay, Sai Balaji, it's a good presentation. You tell me how many medicines we can have. Only one kit you are using, no? One for one tablet initially.
No, ma'am. It can be infinite medicines, ma'am. It depends on individual needs.
So if one person is having multi-problem means, so in that kit you'll be having multiple trays.
Yeah, ma'am.
So there, how it will rotate? So morning he has to take sugar tablet, afternoon he has to take some other tablet. Means how that alert will come? How you are setting it?
Ma'am, we can it identifies with the help of time, ma'am. You will give medicine with the time, ma'am, which time the medicine is to be taken, ma'am. So when the time arrives, then it gives the alert message. And it indicates the person in charge that whether the person taken or not taken the medicine.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sai Balaji.
Yeah.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now I call upon the next team of paper ID ICSTEM-23 Paper title IoT based smart waste management system. Co-authors are Alaga Esakiammal N, Angel Melba A, Arulishwaran R, and Balaji. Now I request the team members to share the screen. Are you ready with your presentations?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So Good afternoon, everyone. Our project is IoT-based automated smart waste management system, and our author is Pavitra ma'am, and our co-authors are my teammates are Alagu Kemal in Angel Melba, Aruli Sharan, and Balaji. So abstract of our project is the increase of population we have and increase in the garbage around the urban areas. So here we proposed a smart dustbin that operates automatically to help solve these issues using IoT and sensor-based circuitry. The dustbin consists of the level sensing ultrasonic sensors that constantly measures the level of garbage in the bin and automatically detects if it's about to
Excuse me,
fill up.
hello. Make it in a
Yeah.
slideshow. Full screen.
Yeah, okay. So the dustbin consists of the level sensing ultrasonic sensors that constantly measures the level of garbage in the bin and automatically detects if it is about to fill up. So the person needs to keep a track whether it is full or not to avoid the overflow. So here we propose a smart dustbin that does it all by itself. So we get fully automated smart dustbin that allows for automated garbage cleaning. The drawbacks of this is controlling drivers and tracking the fleet is an important issue. So network issues would be there and admin would be monitored often. And there would be chance of sensors would be broken. So as with any technology, automated smart waste systems can experience technical issues. So our proposed solutions, it connects the smart sensors to a network such as LoRaWAN or NB IoT to transmit data to the cloud. So this allows waste management personnel to monitor the fill level of the dustbins in real time and plan their collection routes. So implement automatic waste sorting systems using machine learning algorithms and computer vision technology. So this can help sort waste into categories such as recyclables, non-recyclables, and hazardous waste. So use automated waste disposal systems such as incinerators, composters to decompose of the waste efficiently. These systems can help reduce the amount of waste sent to landfills. Our implementation is the description of our project is in recent decades urbanization has increased tremendously, and so the main part of our project is to part is the cleanliness garbage collection systems that has to be smarter. So this concludes the various issues based on the waste management and the novel approach to improve the garbage collection using automated dustbin. So here in this IoT device, so we use Arduino platform for constructing the main coding and ESP coding for the connection of software and hardware device in the common local server network. So these coding has been implemented in the cloud, which work as the backend for the whole process. So the current status of the smart bin has been constantly shown in the web page developed as well as in Python coding to the admin. So the local the kit has to be connected. The kit has to be connected to the local server, and the Python has also been running in the background. So by this process, we can track the waste of all areas, and it can be cleared as soon as possible, as it makes the environment in the better way. So we made this process automated using frequency sensors. So here's a block diagram of of our smart waste management, or as well as the automated one. So merits of these are it is less human effort, so it enhances cities' vision and it reduces pollution, proper monitoring. Municipalities can also deploy and maintain smart city infrastructure, low cost production. Therefore, the conclusion is in thus emphasis on the feasibility of prototype to be put into mass production, retaining to its simplicity in design and low production cost. So there are still shortcomings such as problem of fall order, manual control, which restricts the mobility of dustbin, which can be addressed into the future versions of the dustbin. So there, the future enhancement would be implementing artificial intelligence. So AI can be used to optimize waste collection routes and schedules based on real-time data such as traffic conditions and waste generation patterns. So AI also used to predict potential environment hazards and take preventive actions. So deploying drones for the waste collection. So drones can also be used to monitor landfill sites and detect any potential environmental hazards. So this is our result. Now if the status is empty, if the dustbin is empty, the web page which we have developed also shows empty along with the location. Along with the location. So this is if the bin has been half filled, it shows the half filled status, and when the dustbin is filled, it shows the filled status, and the GPS location of the dustbin would be sent to the truck drivers and they would clean up. So if it is in a residential area, or if we use these automated smart bins in industries, it would be very easier, so that we would be having a sensor button wherever the waste has to be collected. So if we press that, the frequency would be received by this kit, and it would have the predefined route, so that it would move according to the frequency which it has been received, and we can put up the waste in that dustbin. And if it is filled, the GPS location would be sent to the truck drivers, and they would clean up, and they would clean up as soon as possible. So this is our project. Thank you.
Okay, it's a nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Angel, no presenting.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Angel, you tell me what will be the approximate cost of this product? Whether it is affordable by government, like we can replace in each and every street we have dustbins, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
There we can replace.
now we have been developed like we have used in residential areas like apartments and in particular industries. So we have developed like that, ma'am. So it would be the further enhancement if we have to really use in all the local streets, because we have done the routing as predefined. So if we in our project, if it is predefined, so the frequency would be collecting according to the predefined routes. So so the further enhancement would be like we can implement in streets if it is improved further the frequency. If it is not a predefined one, we can implement in the streets now.
Okay, if you know the waste, how will you split? Different types
Ma'am?
of waste are there, no? So how will
Yes,
you
ma'am.
differentiate
Yes,
the waste here? Will you able to do that? See, dumping all the waste in one bin nowadays, we can't do
yeah,
that.
no,
While we are giving in the for
yes, ma'am. Yes,
municipality itself, we have to separate the waste. Separately, we have to give. Then only they'll collect. Otherwise, they won't collect.
yes, ma'am. Yes.
How we are differentiating?
So separating of so I have done it in a very outlined way. So segregation has to be done.
You have not planned.
Yes, ma'am.
So because that's the main thing. Simply
Yes,
collecting all the bins and the filling status and all we can do. Already in some malls and all it's available. But thing is, in the malls also we
Yes,
have
ma'am.
separate bins. Whether we are following, that's different. But everyone should follow that. But the bin also, they are keeping 4 holes will be there, 3-4 holes. So plastics in one bin, and separately we have to do like that. So you have to enhance your work like in that manner you are thinking, it will be good.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Angel Milba. It was a wonderful session. Next, I would like to call upon on our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 236810 vehicle resale value prediction. It's going to be presented by the co-authors Sagana Fatima S, Srihari D, Sriram P R, Abhinaya R. Sagana Fatima, are you there?
If you are present, please raise your hand or immediately unmute and give your voice. Then only host can confirm your presence.
Yes, ma'am, I'm
Dear
here, ma'am.
authors and if host is calling once means please raise your hand or immediately unmute and give your response. Please stick on to the allocated time, that is 8 minutes per presentation. We are running out of time. So please everyone, we request every the time 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for questions. So please try to finish within the scheduled time, because already so many participants work because of time. So please consider that let's to stick on to your allocated time of 8 minutes per presentation.
Sahana, if you are not able to connect or any issues means, we can proceed with next batch. So now we'll call upon.
Ma'am, your voice is very low, ma'am. I don't know who name of the session chair, ma'am. Your voice is not audible.
Very low, ma'am.
No, ma'am. From the very beginning of the session, I am trying to tell this, but still that audio quality is not improved. It's very low, actually. Even I informed Parameshwaran sir also.
Now, ma'am, now also low, ma'am.
Sorry, ma'am, I can't able to hear you. Please contact Parameshwaran sir or Muthukumaran sir, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Now I request next batch.
Sagana Fatima, are you there? Okay. Okay, we'll go for next batch. I wish to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 142687 of predicting flight delay using KN. It's going to be presented by the co-authors Rochana E, Safna Asmi M, Varun Prasant S, Arun Prasant M. Rochana, are you there? Safna Asmi, are you there? Varun Prasant and Arun Prasant, anyone of the team? Okay, we'll move to the next presentation. I would like to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 240687 of a trend recommender using machine learning. It's going to be presented by the co-authors Sankamitra S, Sadish M, Tarani Mala SK, Venkatramanan P. Cut R. Sankamitra. Sangamitra, are you there? Miss Sangamitra?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you wait for 2 minutes? Here, I'm facing an issue. Wait, yeah.
Okay, take your.
Jenny's batch, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Ready, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Leaf detection.
Yeah,
Leaf
one second.
Okay,
You
next we'll move to the next session. I wish to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 098642 of leaf disease detection. It's going to be presented by the co-authors Susita A.S., Divya R., Janice Manova D., Regine R.
Good evening to all. Ma'am, is there audible?
Yeah, it's audible, Janice. You can
Yeah,
proceed.
thank you, Arul Kumar. Good evening to all. Our project title is Leaf Disease Detection. Authors are Sushita A.S., myself, Janish Manova, and teammates are Divya R. and Regine R. Our guided project by Shamila E.S., Professor, Computer Science and Engineering Department. And our project abstract is when plants and crops are affected by pest, it affected the agriculture production of the country. Usually, farmers or experts observe the plants with naked eye for detection and identification of disease. But it provides the inaccurate result to the users. But this model can be time processing and expensive and inaccurate results to the customers or users. But automatic detection of disease using image processing techniques provide fast and accurate result to the customers. So we are developed this project using machine learning process. This paper is concerned with a new approach to the development of the plant disease recognition model based on leaf image classification using OTUSU image segmentation method by use of the deep convolutional networks. And second, my project objectives is this project is concerned with a new approach to the development of plant disease recognition model. It is based on leaf image classification by the use of deep convolutional network. This project helps in timely and accurate diagnosis of plant disease is one of the pillar of precision agriculture field. This problem of efficient plant disease production is closely related to the problems of sustainable agriculture. Comparing to the existing system, our project majorly play an important role in a precision agriculture field. And next, our proposed system of our project, an automated system designed to help identify plant disease by the plant's appearance and visual symptoms, could be of great help and amateur in the gardening process, and also trained professional as a verification system in disease diagnostics. Advances in computer vision present an opportunity to expand and enhances and improve the practice of precise plant production and extend the market of the computer vision application in the field of precision agriculture. People are, very well nowadays, a lot of computer visual applications using in our precision agriculture field. Exploiting common digital image processing techniques such as color analysis and thresholding were used with the aim of detection and classification of plant diseases. And some of merits and demerits in our project. Merits are highly processing speed comparing to the existing system. Existing system, it take a lot of time to give the result to the customers, and also it gives the inaccurate result. But our project, it's really highly processing speed. It provide the accurate result to the customers. And second merits is anyone can handle and operate it easily. We have developed the web application, so anybody, any users can handle or operate easily. Gives accurate outcomes. It take image process time is very less. For example, one image, people upload the data processing process. It will take less time, 2 seconds, 3 milliseconds. That time only it take. Time consumption is very less. Some of the demerits of our project, for training and testing the proposed model requires very high computational time, and the neural network architecture used in the project work has highly complexity, and sometimes some people have a network issues. That time the project have a network issues, and we are using some modules. We can say one by one. First module is physical data acquisition. Acquiring the physical image of any device means extracting an extract bit by bit copy of the original device's flash memory. In contrast to logical acquisition, physically acquires image, hold unallocated space files and the volume stack in addition to the extraction. And second module is data pre-processing. Data pre-processing is the most important role, plays a most important role in our project to expel convention in a picture or elective article exclusion entirely unexpected preparing procedures are considered. Picture cutting, for instance, editing of the leaf picture to instigate the execute picture local. Picture smoothing is done through the pictures improving is managed for expanding the qualification of the RGB pictures colors into the dark pictures abuse shading change utilizing conditions. At the point, the visual diagram accomplishment that appropriate the powers of the photos is connected to the picture to support the thickness of the leaf picture. And the third module is image segmentation. Image segmentation is also the most important one in our project. The process of segmentation is often done in many ways using algorithms, for instance, OTSU methodology, HIS model, K-means algorithm, etc. And OTSU model is a global adaptive binarization threshold image segmentation algorithm. This algorithm takes the maximum inter-classes variance between the background and the target image as the threshold selection rule. And next, HSI model. HSI stands for hue saturation intensity. This model is interesting because it can initially seems less intuitive than the RGB model, despite the fact that it describes color in a way that it's much more consistent with human visual precision. And third one is K-means algorithm. K-means algorithm using the image clustering process in computer vision. Image segmentation is the process of partitioning an image into multiple segments. The goal of the segmentation is an image is to change the representation of an image into smoothing that is more meaningful and easier to analyze the particular problem. And next module is feature extraction. The process of feature extraction plays a vital portrayal in disease symptoms identification. In several applications of image processing, feature extraction is employed. The components such as color, segments, texture, edges, shades, etc. are various distinguishable options which are then utilized in detection of any symptoms of a leaf. According to her, morphological results from these parameters provide higher accuracy as compared to the opposite option or existing system. Texture of leaves is, however, the color only which is distributed over the image completely. And the fifth module is classification. The fifth phase after feature extraction is classification. That means the educational information pictures are classified using a neural network. The segmented features extract from the output as image or taken as the inputs for this classification phase. The algorithms such as conventional neural network used for the optimum classification. It matches the information from the classified portion with the database previously stored and helps in extract detection of the disease. And final project conclusion, the result presented in the session are related to the training with whole database containing both original and augmented images. There are two types of data sets are available here. The one is test data, the other one is trained data. Test data is already trained by using deep learning algorithm And test data is user real-time test data. Now I show the two types of data laterally. And in addition, there are still no commercial solution on the market expert dealing with plant spices recognition based on the leaves images. The complete procedure was described respectively from collecting the images used for training and validation to image pre-processing and augmentation. And finally, the procedure of training the deep CNN computer neural network and final tuning. After fine tuning the parameters of the network, overall accuracy of 96.77% was achieved in our project. You can see the result of my project is here. This is the normal leaf. I mean, it is a healthy leaf, and the image A is health, and image B is it affected the Spotify disease. Image C is affected the early bright disease. D affected powdery mild disease, and image E is a late blight disease. This is our image segmentation accuracy level. Test accuracy level is 96.77%, and it take time, very less time, 2 seconds, 3 milliseconds only. And it's also give you a result to the user, and it's also give you a solution to the users. For 1 second. Okay, thank you. Once again, now I show the our project.
Okay, Janish, it's no need to show a demo.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Okay, sufficient. It's a good presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
One thing, no, you are identifying the coloring, no?
Yeah, no, ma'am.
Thing coloring based on how you are identifying the disease based on color, leaf color.
No, ma'am. It's
structure of the leaf.
Structure of leaf, ma'am.
Okay. And you have used the word thresholding. What threshold you have fixed for identifying the structure of the leaf or whatever it may be?
Ma'am, thresholding, thresholding means leaves have a unique structures. One leaf compared to another leaf, the structure is varied. That's right. Ma'am, is that audible?
Yes, okay, Janish. Okay, good.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Thank you, Pa. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Janice. It was a great session. Next, I would to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM-236810, Vehicle Resale Value Prediction. It's going to be presented by the co-authors Sagana Fatima S, Sri Hari D, Sriram P R, Abhinaya R.
Sir, am I audible? Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam.
Sir, it's my screen sharing.
Yeah, Mr. Abhinaya, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, everyone who are all present here.
Ms. Abhinaya,
Yeah.
Just slides or your presentation.
Here, my project name is Vehicle Resale Value Prediction, and my teammates are Shahana Fatima, myself, Sri Hari, and Sriram. And my assistant professor is Sarvana Kumar. Abstract. The resale value of vehicle is an important factor to consider when purchasing a new car, as it affects the overall cost of ownership. Predicting the resale values of a vehicle is a challenging task that requires analyzing a wide range of factors such as make and model of the car, its age, milling and condition, as well as market trends and economic conditions. In this abstract, we propose a machine learning based approach for predicting the resale values of a vehicle. We collect a large data set of historical car sales and use it to train a regression model that can predict the resale values of a vehicle based on its attributes. The vehicle resale values prediction module is a software program designed to analyze various factors that can influence the resale value of a vehicle. The module uses advanced algorithm and machine learning technique to make prediction about the future values of a particular vehicles. The module typically takes into account a range of factors such as the make and model of the vehicles, its age, mileage conditions, and any relevant historical data about the vehicle. The software program may use historical data on similar vehicles to make prediction about the future resales values of the vehicles in question. This is the architecture of our project. There are several existing systems of predicting the resale values of vehicles. These systems typically use a combination of historical sales data, current market trends, and other relevant factors to estimate the future value of vehicle. One popular system is the Kinney Blue Book value, which provides estimated values for new and used vehicles based on a variety of factors. Another system is the National Automobile Dealers Association's guide, which provides similar estimates for new and used vehicles. Other companies such as Enmerge and CarCaps also offers vehicles valuation tools that provide estimated resale values based on a range of factors. There are also specialized systems for predicting the resale values of specific types of vehicles such as goods and RPS. This is the proposed solution of our project. The proposed solutions are collect the data and pre-process data and futures engineering. Collect the data. Gather a large data set of vehicle sales transitions that includes information about the make, model, year, mileage, conditions, and resale values of vehicles. You can use public data sources or work with dealerships to collect this data. Pre-process data. Clean and pre-process the data to remove outliers, missing values, and inconsistencies. You may also need to normalize or save the data to make it suitable for model. Feature engineering. Create new features from the existing data that may improve the predictive performance of your model. For example, you could derive a feature that calculates the average annual NIP based on the vehicle's age and total NIP. Choose a model, train, and validate the model. These two are the other proposed solutions. Select a suitable machine learning model that can handle the type of data and the problem you are trying to solve. Some popular models for registering problem using random forest regression algorithms. Train and validate the model. Split the data into training and testing sets and use the training set to train your model. Use the testing set to evaluate the model's performance and fine-tune the model's hyperparameters to improve its accuracy. This is one more proposed solution, that is deploy the model. Once you have trained and validated your model, you can relay it to a production environment where it can be used to predict the resale values of new vehicles. Continuously updated the model. Monitor the performance of the model over time and update it as necessary to ensure that it remains accurately effective. By following these steps, you can develop an accurate and reliable models for predicting the resale values of vehicles that can be used by dealerships and consumers alike. This is the conclusion of our project. The increased prices of new vehicles and the financial incapabilities of the customers to buy them, used vehicle sales are on a global increase. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a used vehicles price prediction system which effectively determines the worthiness of a vehicles using a variety of features. The proposed system will help to determine the accurate price of used vehicle price prediction. Appendix languages used in my project is HTML, CSS, front page, Python, Flatpak, and ML learning. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, Abhinaya, it's a good presentation. Actually, your training, no, what your training set, what it consists of? What type of data you are trading?
Hello, ma'am. As a co-author, Sahana Fatima, I would like to answer the question, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
We are training the vehicle data, ma'am. We have started by bike and then car, ma'am. We have used car resale value prediction model and then bike resale value prediction model, ma'am. We have collected data about bikes and then cars, ma'am. The car rates. At which year the car is purchased, at which year a company released a new car. At that time, we have collected some data about the cars and bikes, ma'am. So we have that set of data about cars from 2006 to 2017, ma'am. And then for bikes, we have till 2019, we have our bike sets, ma'am. So that data we have we are processing that data, ma'am. We are giving input that data.
Year of manufacturing.
Hello, ma'am.
Your training data, it consists of date of manufacturing.
Yes, ma'am. Cars and bike details, ma'am.
What data? That's what I'm asking. What type of details you are collecting? You are collecting the date of manufacture.
Price of the car.
Okay.
Model number. Model number and then name of the vehicle, company.
And its depreciation, the number of years it was, the mileage, that and all. Everything you are collecting, no?
Yes, ma'am. We are collecting everything, ma'am, and then we'll give it as an input, ma'am, and then data pre-processing will be taken place, ma'am, using machine learning algorithm. And then in the user interface, we have to just type the model number and then vehicle name, ma'am, and then which owner, number of owners have used that, and then we have to give that how many kilometers we have used that vehicle. We have to just give that simple details, ma'am, and then it will predict the resale value of that car at today's rate, ma'am. What is the today's rate? We can resell this car or bike. That is what it will give as an output, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, Fatima.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Sagana Fatima, for your nice presentation. Next, I would like to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM-23 a trend recommender using machine learning. It's going to be presented by the co-authors Sangamitra S, Sadish M, Dharani Mala SK, Venkatramanan P. Cut R. Yeah, Ms. Sangamitra, but it's not clear.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sangamitra from CSE department. Today's topic is a trend recommender using machine learning.
Sangamitra?
Yes, ma'am.
Take 8 minutes for presentation, right?
Ma'am?
Just you give the main thing. Take 8 minutes presentation. Already we have instructed 8 minutes for presentation.
Sure, ma'am.
Don't elaborate.
Sure. My author is Ms. Vishnu Priya, and my co-author is myself, my teammate Satisham, Dharani Mala SK, and Venkatraman P. Our guide is Ms. Vishnu Priya, Assistant Professor of CSE. This is our biography. Ms.
Come to your
Vishnu Priya.
proposed work. Already you described this. Don't repeat it. Come to your proposed work.
Sure, ma'am. In this model world, we have growing a fashion in the name of trending factors that is immersed in social medias to day-to-day life, our lifestyle. Thus, we are interested in recommending a system that operates in a particular vertical markets, that is garment and fashion products. As you can see, the system incorporates a variety of data sources, including social media, online news, search engine trends to identify emerging trends and provide a recommended to users. The system used to contribute combinations of supervised and unsupervised learning techniques to analyze data and provide personalized recommendations. Thus, recommending systems helps users to navigate larger collections of products to find items related to their interest, leveraging large amount of product information, and user can signal to like product views followed and in what way they can purchase on the websites. Our proposed system is like it is a machine learning is an artificial intelligence model that has analyzed a large amount of data from various sources of identity emerging patterns and trends like you can see in the Instagrams or other pages which after the lockdown, we have been learning a lot. We have immersed in it. It is used to sophisticated algorithm and NLP techniques to extract relevant information from unstructured data sources and transfer it into structured data. The system continuously learns and adapts to new data, providing accurate and timely recommendation for business and organizing looking to stay ahead to the competitions. Here we have UX UI, the interfaces, and we have analytic capability. A trend recommending as a power tool for predicting futures trends and identifying opportunities for growth and innovations. Here are the descriptions. We have provided a working model. Uh, the system is a responsive and dynamic user interface with React, creating a back-end API with Express and Node.js and store the data in a NoSQL database with MongoDB. And we have linked it with the Google Visual API where we can get a visual image of a person and we can connect with the product through a visual 2D model of that person. Here, the user and the cluster workings are here. We have a registry and how the databases and Google Vision API has worked. Here are the continued. React front-end, Express backend, and MongoDB database will be there. And React is like a JavaScript library that is used to build the user interface and develop the single-page applications and mobile applications because of its ability to handle rapid changes data. Where React allows user to code in JavaScript and create UI components. Whereas Express backend is a Node.js framework, where rather writing the code, we create lots of modules in it, and the Express make it similar and simpler, easy to write the backend code. That Express helps in designing great web applications and APIs. It supports many middlewares, which makes the coder short and easier to write. MongoDB is a non-SQL database where each record in a document compares to key values, prices to similar JSON objects. It is flexible and allows the user to create schemas, database, tables, clusters, container, etc. The document that are identified by primary keys make me the basic unit of MongoDB. And once it is installed, user have to be like used to Mongo shells as well. And Mongo shells provide in a JavaScript interface through which the user can be interact and carried throughout operations like queries, updating records, deleting records, etc. It is mainly used for in the admin process. Google Vision API is like offers powerful pre-trained machine learnings through REST and RPC APIs. It is assigned labels to image and quickly classify them into millions of predefined categories. It detects object, read prints, handwritten text, etc. Here we have involved this Google Vision API because we want to provide a user. They can't image themselves in that particular fashion trend or a costume they have chosen for themselves in that website. So we have provided this so that they can fit them in it, or they can search from any other images related products through this Google Vision API. And the machine learning comes through the console flow, where the machine learning library for JavaScript is transferred to it, and it deploys machine learning models directed into the Node.js as the web browser. Here is the image. Here we can capture or we can upload images of a customer or the user, and it scans into the Google Cloud platform, and it will process it, and it search for the data and it give back to the user. Future work is something like when the future technologies AI is growing up, there are multiple holographic images of a 3D wardroom can be implemented to it. So we can provide a 3D holographic projections to the customers or users in the future, so that they can don't need to go for a shopping malls or something, and they have to try plenty of dresses in it. So they can select a dress, they can go to 3D wardrobe in the app, and they can try out multiple dresses in the 3D visual, which is we have concluded by 3D looks, that is artificial visual art, virtual fitting technologies that are implementing nowadays, which is not in most of the thing because it's cost more. So we can't implement it in our project, but if it is futuristic work, we can add it. Our project merits are it is to cooperate with the vertical dynamics, as we can know. It collects lot of data, or it is easy to provide user what they needed, and they can make a good decisions to the users to how they can fit it. And 2D model images can be used for recommendation according to different body type shapes. Drawbacks are new users are trend, they are limited according to the admin. Whatever the products they have to be uploaded in the product. Moreover, the approach lacks on the ability of invert multiple data sources. Fashion has no limit on current time, and we can't get all the collections. Yes, ma'am.
Sangamitra, fine. Okay. I have one doubt. Like this app, no, can we add as a plugin to any other existing
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have had an option of adding plugins to it. We can add a further futuristic add-on plugins to it, ma'am, with the help of the fitting technologies that are being
like in Amazon, Flipkart, and all, we have so many Mitra and all. We have some fashion websites are there, no? So
yes, ma'am.
Along with the fashion website, can we add this as a plugin?
Yes, ma'am. We are working on it for the month. That's we can do it.
Okay, Sangamitra. Thank you. It's a good presentation. Thank
Thank you, Ms. Sangamitra, for your great presentation. Next, I would like to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 802145, a convolutional neural network based nutrition measurement support assistant. It's going to be presented by the co-authors Rohit Anand, Sedu Karthik C, Kirtana N, Shilpa Sri D.
Yes, Mr. Arun Kumar, let me just share my screen.
Okay, Mr. Rohit.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yeah, Rohit.
Make it as a slideshow, Rohit. Yes.
Sure, ma'am.
And
Okay.
directly you can go to your proposed work.
Yeah, ma'am. I'll keep it short and crisp, ma'am. Yeah, to the point.
Yes.
A very good afternoon. Me, Rohit Anand, along with my teammates, would like to present our project on a convolution neural network based nutrition measurement support assistance. So let's get right into it. So because in these days there is a lot of ignorance of healthy food habits, obesity rates are increasing, and because of this, we have aimed our project to help improve and provide a healthy lifestyle to people. This project aims at building a web application that automatically estimates food attributes such as ingredients and their nutritional values by classifying the input image of that particular food. So, obesity and childhood and adolescence can lead to a lot of problems, as we know, like stress, heart diseases. It can even lead to cancer. So, it is a very serious issue to be considered. Changes in diet can really help with solving a lot of these problems. Avoiding a very energy dense food, such as foods containing a lot of sugar, can help this problem. And it can also be helped by increasing the dietary fiber content. Medications are also used to reduce the appetite, which is the hunger a person has, or to reduce fat absorption. So the purpose of our project is to take food images as input, process the input, train the model, and recognize the food item to provide its caloric values and so on. So we have included a lot of globally recognizable food in our project. It further engulfs around the concept of CNN. Okay, so the existing system, if I explain, does not include an image recognition system for providing caloric values of food, and this is what we have added upon. Talking about the merits and demerits of our project. So the merits include it promotes healthy eating habits, it helps avoid obesity. So you can scan a food and directly get its nutritional content. Some of the demerits include it makes a level of disbalance in the balanced diet of an individual if they do not tend to follow what is given in a project. Sometimes it is considered one of the major factors of weight gain. So starting off with the module 1, it starts off with the registration. The user can register for a project using his email ID, password, and again confirming the password. So you will receive a confirmation to your email. And after this, registration is done through your Gmail. Then the user has to log in using the entered email and the password. And once he has done this, he has entered into our project and he can find his or her progress in the dashboard, the periodic tracking of user health and fitness done through the fitness tracker. He or she will also get reminders, alarm through timely notification. So users can specify their goals and the food items which they prefer, and accordingly they'll get a plan. The nutritional information of that food item is presented to the user after that. The user may check this however many times he or she wants to check it. So the conclusion, given a picture of food as input, the system will quickly recognize the food items and provide the value, the nutritional value of the food as output. So like we spoke about earlier, obesity can lead to several issues, and our project can help solve most of these issues. These project, we have addressed the effectiveness of CNN for food image recognition and detection. So this is an example of how our project works. You can see the food item up. Once this image is selected, we get all the nutritional values of the food items, and the user can help have a balanced diet. So thank you. That's a project in a short and crisp form.
Yes, Rohit, you presented in very clear manner. And
Thank you, ma'am.
how you are categorizing, whether you are considering all the
traditional food, junk food, everything? Or what are the categories of food you have taken in your work?
Ma'am, the thing we have done here is we've separated food, ma'am. For example, eggs, chicken, and mutton, and everyday items that we eat every day. And we have given multiple images based on which our project can help recognize the food item that we are sharing.
I am asking all vegetables, fruits, everything you are considering, or only non-veg?
Ma'am, we are considering everything, ma'am. We are also looking to improve upon this and add a lot more food items.
Okay. Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you, ma'am.
For your presentation.
Thank you, Rohit, for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM 091257 of Development of Beaters and Rollers for Dry Pitch Preparation in Coir Industries. Is going to be presented by the co-authors, Mr. Hemanathan A, Mr. Kumaraguru K, Mr. Stephen N.
Stephen, you can share your PPT.
Mr. Stephen, make it as a slideshow. Yeah.
Start with your work. No need of that introduction and all.
Mr. Stephen, kindly unmute your audio.
Ma'am, good evening. Good evening to another present here, ma'am.
Okay, Stephen, make it your presentation as a slideshow.
Yes, sir. So 1 minute, sir.
In the menu bar, slideshow is there, no? File, home, in that row. You select slideshow and give us slide from first slide. Stephen, any issues?
Good evening to another present here, ma'am. I am myself Stephen. I am here to present my project development of beaters and rollers for dry pit preparation in coir industry. Our project guide, Dr. M. Muthukumaran, sir, Professor of Johnson Institute of Technology. My project team members, Mr. Emanathan A.K., Mr. Kumaraguru K.S., Mrs. myself, ma'am. Abstract. Small scale industries plays a major role in the economic development of India. To enhance its growth and to effectively utilize the renewable energy waste product to be reused, one such product is coir pit. Coir is mainly exported to use as artificial soil for agriculture farming. It is good absorber of water. It maintains the moisture content of the pit to enhance the habit for plant growth. A problem was noticed in the small-scale coir industries that during rainy season, they are having nil production due to lack of sunlight and full wetness of the pit. The entire rainy season, nearly 6 months, they are not producing coir pit. The purpose, idea, and design can provide a solution for these problems. They can continue the production by fabricating these machines. They can continue the production during raining season too, as an indoor unit or project consists of beaters and dryers, which can sequence the wet pith and send to dryer unit. The flow process starts from collecting unit. The wet pith is directed to the seq mill through conveyors. 15% of water will drain by gravity and directed to sequence mill. This mill consists of null rollers with adjustment for guiding the pith, and the remaining 40% of the water was sequenced. Then it was directed to dry unit, which shear chamber where the dryer impair, where operators with high speed and dry pith were carried away from the hot air. Finally, the pith required moisture were collected in output chamber. Description. This paper addresses about the design and fabrication of a machine to make the coir pith block. The designer is with minimum possible cost, less workspace, and portable, which can be used in small scale and household use also. The industries we visited stored the coir pith and waste on the open ground. The pith is light in weight and can be carried away easily by the hair. The fabrication of machines reduces the storage space as well as control the hair pollution. We have identified the problem. We have identified such a problem. The major problem that the coir industry faces today are washing coir pith with fresh water and neutralizer with easy level and allowed to drying process. The coir pith is dried under the sun in cement yard as well as hot air dryer machine under control condition. The coir pith is removed from the long fiber on foreign particles. The dried pith material is cleaned from the sand, weed, mud, stones, and any other impurities and dried again. Objectives: to provide facilities for small-scale industries in a minimum possible cost, use less human effort and impose maximum pressure. Portable, to design and analyze the prototype. Methodology: establishing objectives, problem statement. We have collecting the data for the fabrication of machine, basic structure and the model of the drawing, and we have to design the required component of the model, collection of components, fabrication of model as per drawing, mounting of component and necessary connection, testing the model, conduct modification if required. If any modification is required additionally, we have to conduct the modification, plotting of result. Advantages: space occupation is low for small scale industries, easy to handle, cost is low, protect from air pollution, environment friendly, reduce manpower, increase the production growth in small scale industry. The shown figure is used in large scale industries. In large scale industries, the machinery is very big. It occupies more spaces that shows in the figure. This figure that we were going to design. First, we are inletting the coir pith through this, and the coir pith goes filter and goes inside the drum and washed by the water. With the help of conveyor, the coir pith moves through this drum. We have kept inside the drum the two rollers, which will dry the pith 40% and take the water out, and again the dried product is moved through this part. Here we kept the hair, here we kept the fan that will rotate in high speed of fan and make the coir pith dry and moves out. Conclusion: coir pits are usually product to produce better yield in the field of agriculture and in home necessaries. This is the new technique proposal for maintaining the growth of plant in the plotted medium. The technology purpose in this paper helps to develop the product with less consumption of electricity and labor. The ferret growth of plant during the summer season in dry land and also the time of deficiency of minerals in the soil can be avoided using cooperative product. These are the some reference. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Stephen, it's a good presentation. What was the time constraint for your project and what was the cost?
Ma'am, the cost of the machinery is below 10,000 only, ma'am. We have designed the machines for below 10,000 and the time is keep nearly half an hour, ma'am, to take the pith out, ma'am.
To take the pit out, it will take half an hour.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Stephen. It was a great session. Now, I'm going to call upon our next batch with the paper ID ICSTEM-242687, predicting flight delay using KNN. It was presented by the co-authors Rochana E, Safna Asmi M, Varun Prasant S, Arun Prasant N. Is any one of the teammates are there?
So in the Zoom, the presenters are not available.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank for each and every person present their event. That makes our event more delightful. It was a really nice session. Thank you, guys.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, yes, Kunal Chaudhary.
So I want to know when, what time, what will be present.
Sorry, I can't get.
So timing of our presentation. What team presentation?
Which team? Kunal Chaudhary, your team ID, paper ID, please.
Sir, ICSTM 865327. 865327.
Wait a minute.
Which track you are from?
Mr. Kunal Chaudhary, in track 1, there is an.
What, sir?
Sir, may I know your presentation slot, whether it is in track 1, track 2, or track 3?
Ma'am, track 2.
Sorry?
Track 2, ma'am.
Track 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Track 2 already over, I think. Don't you join breakout room?
Ma'am, actually, I've got this link.
Yeah, we instructed so while starting and in between also, those who are in track 2 participants, we are asked to join to track 2 through breakout room. When you joined?
I missed that, ma'am.
Sorry?
I didn't know that.
Okay, when you joined? I asked when you joined.
2:11 around.
2:11.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we almost winded up this session. If session chair is comfortable around, we will allow to present. Ma'am, Shamila ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we wind up the session or we will let me provide a chance to him to present his paper?
Ma'am, I am session 1, track 1, ma'am.
So sorry, sir. Track 2 session already over. Session chair also went away.
Actually, I've joined at 2 p.m. I get entry into
See,
11.
we are instructed so many times.
Ma'am, after 211, no one interested. Like we don't know about this. We were waiting for our chance.
At least you should ask us, na. At least you should inquire, na. You are having my number. At
Ma'am,
least you
I
should.
called you. I called you
Yes, ma'am,
multiple
we
times.
called you.
If you called means I am in conference. If I cannot able to attend the conference immediately, you have to ping me up.
Ma'am, we don't know
We
that
are
there
at
is
the
a
back end. Okay, no problem. For the next 2 days, we are having conference. Tomorrow there will be no chance. Day after tomorrow, we are having one more conference with same college. So let me ask our college people to give one more chance to you. But now it's not possible. Please wind up. Okay. Please understand the situation. Session chair is not there. In front of you only I asked session chair, na?
Yes,
Is it anything? It's completely transparent. Did we not cooperate with you? You asked us a chance. I also asked the session chair. Almost winded up now, and you are waiting till the last moment. At least in between, you should raise hand or you should use chat box. At least you can ping me on WhatsApp. Nothing.
And we don't know that there is another room for track 2.
Whatever you are convincing now, I cannot able to convince the session chair because they are doing a session almost from morning.
Ma'am,
Please understand the seriousness. I am telling not to do now. That's all. But day after tomorrow, I will provide you a next chance by giving requisition to convener. So please understand the situation and withdraw now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
அவ்வளவுதான். இதை மட்டும் கொண்டு போய் இவங்கிட்ட கொடுத்துருங்க.
Shamila ma'am, shall we close the session, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Muthukumaran sir, Parmeshwaran sir and team, please take care of closing the session. Shamila ma'am, shall we wait for Muthu?
Ma'am, can I call Muthukumaran sir, ma'am? Ma'am, can I call Muthukumaran sir, ma'am?
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry for the interruption. This is Varshita speaking. I guess in track 3, there is still the presentation is going on, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for that to be completed.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. It gives me immense pleasure and happy to welcome you all for the day one valedictory function of International Conference on Science, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics 2.0.
Now it's time to unveil the best paper presentation of today's session of ICSTEM. In technical session 1, track 1, the best paper presentation goes to ICSTEM 532610. IoT-based human-animal conflict resolution system in agriculture. Track 2, the best paper presentation goes to ICSTEM 563408, Safety Gadgets for Child Safety Monitoring and Notification. Track 3, the best paper presentation goes to ICSTEM 715042, Thermal Performance Analysis of Evaluated Tube Solar Air Heater with Recycle for Industrial Applications. In technical session 2, the best paper presentation goes to ICSTEM 240865, Smart Medic IoT for autistic persons. Track 2, the best paper presentation goes to ICSTEM 153978, a framework for movie recommendation using content-based filter.
Track 3. Yeah, track 3. The best paper goes to ICSTEM 437906, localized atmospheric demographer using IoT.
Finally, it's time for the vote of thanks.
Is that audible?
Yes, ma'am. First and foremost, I thank the God Almighty for leading this event towards information and knowledge.